Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the Great Reset by Systems Change Alliance. Systems Change Alliance offers a platform where individuals and organizations discuss and offer solutions to the unprecedented economic, social, and environmental crisis that our planet is facing. We recognize that these challenges are interconnected and overlapping and require deep systemic change. My name is Satya Tanna, and I'm your host for the first session. We've just heard about localization, and now we're going to hear about macrohistory in the next 100 years by Sohail Inayatullah. He asks the question, can we make the transition from a system that creates wealth but is equitable with high environmental costs to the planet to a Gaian system that is prosperous, fulfilling for people, and also good for the planet? Sohail Inayatullah, PhD, is a researcher at metafuture.org, an international think tank focused on creating alternative and preferred futures. Inayatullah has authored and edited 30 books, journal special issues, and over 350 journal articles and book chapters, as well as contributed articles to the Oxford Encyclopedia of Peace, the Routledge Encyclopedia of Philosophy, the Macmillan Encyclopedia of the Future, and the UNESCO Encyclopedia of Life Support Systems. His most recent book is Asia 2038, 10 Disruptions That Change Everything. So Sohail, welcome.
Thanks so much. Great to be here.
Now, please let us know macro history and the next 100 years. Take it away.
Thanks. I'll go to share screen and let's start this. So I think this is really looking at the big picture. We're going to try to go forward and make sense of the futures of the world economic system. Now, I want to start with one of my teachers, Emanuel Wallerstein, and his main conclusion was the challenges faced by the current system can't be resolved in the terms of the system. Capitalism is the endless accumulation of wealth. More is the narrative, and it's a system based on private property. The problems being solved, we have to go to a different level of analysis. So what are all these crises? Clearly, there's the ecological, humans and nature. There's dramatic aging and now depopulation in many parts of the world. There's a crisis of meaning. There's climate change, deep crisis of inequity, participation, who's allowed to be part of this, a gender crisis, calling for women to fully participate, and a crisis within the West itself saying, what's next? What's new? Is it just Mars? Is that it? Or is there something else that matters? So these are those tough questions we're asking ourselves. Can we make the transition to global governance, renewable energy? If the planet is like a teenager, can we make the transition to becoming an adult? Teenagers fight, they're in cliques, they have paranoia, they're not centered, they don't have a sense of basically the group as a whole. Can we make the transition from wealth for the few to a Gaian polity, prosperity, people, planet, and purpose? And finally, going further, can we go from a masculinist system, one view, conflict-based, to a coordinated cooperative system, as Sri Sarkar talks about? So this is really asking, can we make this transition? If so, how will we make it? These crises are planetary, they're intensifying, everyone's facing them, as we've seen through COVID-19. My favorite quote is from the words of Yang Chu while weeping at the crossroads. Isn't it here that you take a half step wrong and wake up 1,000 miles astray? So there's decisions we have to make. My colleague Graham Taylor calls it the great bifurcation. Can we move to a more complex system, greater human evolution, social evolution, or will we fragment as we're seeing in many parts of the world, India, for example, Israel, Palestine, for example, where fragmentation is occurring because we're unable to go to the next level of human evolution. And clearly we're in the COVID crisis. None of us know what's going to happen. My talk, Futures Thinking, where I'm the UNESCO chair in Future Studies, we don't pretend to know what's going to happen, but we look at patterns and we say, what might happen? Scenario one is the great despair. The next 10 years, there's mutation after mutation, deaths after deaths, things get worse. This is almost the world of the zombie apocalypse. Zombie as a narrative. We see people we don't like, we assume they're zombies, people feel worse. We've seen the mental health statistics, angst, anxiety, fear. Or is this the needed pause? People slow down, reflect on their life, think about the next stage in human evolution. Can this even lead to a global health awakening? Planet, people, prosperity, purpose. We're already seeing some of the scientific breakthroughs coming from COVID-19 vaccinations could in fact lead to new breakthroughs in dealing with cancer. But the real issue is not about the technologies per se, but are we helping create a new way to identify who we are? Our identities are based on the nation state and are based on our social, emotional sensibilities, who we identify with. Can we make the shift if we're going to create global governance, a world after capitalism, we're identifying with ourselves as first human beings? That's difficult for many because there's angst. If we're used to being one particular nation, there's a decentering as we go greater complexity and say, no, first, I'm a human being. First, on this planet. This is difficult for everyone, but to make this transition, what Wallerstein says, we cannot solve the problem within the terms of the nation state, within the terms of world capitalism. Something else has to be created. So this is the transition to a new identity, not just a new economic system. One of my teachers, Ashish Nandi, called it the Gaia of civilizations. Sri Sarkar called it a bouquet of flowers, multiple cultures, multiple civilizations, guided by spirit, guided by indigenous knowledge, using dramatic new technologies, but Earth at the center. So this is adopting new AI technologies, but remembering spirit, remembering tradition, and focused on using the technologies for greater inclusion and greater peace. But it's not written. Nothing is written right now. We're in the period of transition. So is this a continuation of capitalism, patriarchy, and imperialism? We can easily see that if you look at that image there. The sun's above the male, nuclear technologies, man above earth. That's the key narrative we've had for 500 years, which has pushed away females, pushed away the others, and pushed away nature. So we're trying to decide what's the new narrative, what are the systems? To make sense of this, we use macrohistory. Large patterns of change. Wrote a book with Johan Galton called Macrohistory, Macrohistorians, another one called Situating Sarkar, a third called Transcending Boundaries. So these are books looking at big patterns of change, asking ourselves not what's tomorrow, but the next 20, 50, 100 years. And there's some core macrohistorical shapes. The linear, the cyclical, the pendulum, the spiral. We'll explore some of these as a way to think about what's next. There's Ibn Khaldun, who talks about the cycle, Spencer, progress, Auguste Comte, modernity, Sorkin, pendulums, and so forth. So the key first is we start to think about the future, we recognize there can be decline. What Khaldun said, once you're in power over generations, they decline. So be ready for decline, but think about ways to create what you call ashabiyya, greater unity. But where should this unity come from? The nation state, one's religion? No, here, the pathway, the doorway out is ashabiyya through being human. Having a Gaian identity, that's a pathway out of decline. Otherwise, we'll stay as a teenager in the world of cliques, not as a wise elder in the world of everyone. Now, certainly, Auguste Comte responds to this and says, yes, there's cycles, but there's also the possibility of rise, more development, more economic development, more science, more technology. And that's a response. If you look at Ibn Khaldun writing in the 14th century, you have these Western thinkers writing 400 or 500 years later, talking about the economic rise. And that's our situation today. The rise of the world capitalist system in the 15th century, we've had 500 years of economic rise in some sectors of the world. We've pushed away nature, pushed away gender, pushed away the others. So have we reached a possibility of a bifurcation? Taking the view of the rise will continue, we don't have to make a big change. We can ask ourselves, will East Asia actually optimize capitalism using science technology, using space exploration? China just got to Mars. Using the global brain, linking our minds through technology, and using even meditation, not to transform, but to optimize. Can Asia, in fact, reinvigorate capitalism? That's one possibility here. So this is going from the iron rice bowl we had in the 50s, 60s to the 3D AI printed rice bowl. Going from a problem to every solution, as we see in Asia, to anything is possible. So in this world, the rise continues, but not from the West, but from East Asia. So if we go off 50, 100 years, we see this amazing rise throughout East Asia. The third alternative, of course, is Peter and Sorkin. You get the pendulum back and forth. We've had 500 years of sensate civilization, materialistic civilization, and now there's a sensate shift towards spiritual civilization, ideational civilization. But he goes further. Is it possible by 2150 to have an integrated civilization? We've had periods of sensate, only matter matters, only money matters, and then periods of ideational where we're debating how many angels on a pin. We're only debating issues of the spirit. Can we create both a spirit and matter type civilization? If so, who would lead that? Toynbee asked that question. Who will be the creative minority? In every system, there's some on the leading edge. Some lead us forward. They have the imagination of what can be. They're pulling us forward in this new direction. Most live in today, battling, fighting over today's ideas. Some imagine the new future. They pull us, as Fred Pollock said, they pull us towards the new future. Toynbee says, who are the creative minority? And this leads to the thinker Sri P.R. Sarkar. He says, they in fact are the Sadvipers, people who understand that history is cyclical. After one group comes in power, there's a revolution, then the next group comes in power, but it's still a cycle. There's no transformation in deep culture, in civilization. There's no Gaian identity. We're just fighting in the circle. He suggests a new type of leadership that's focused on the image of the future, that works and serves, that protects, that inspires, that innovates through wealth, ensures the money keeps on rolling. This type of leadership moves from the endless cycle or the endless linearity to the spiral, where we evaluate what part of tradition we use, and we have a new image of the future that includes spirit plus mind, spirit plus technology, values plus technology. So he has 4 archetypes here. So let's look at the next 100 years within Sarkar's archetypes. One is the worker, second is the warrior, third is the intellectual, and fourth is the person who accumulates capital. In his model, today, we're basically in what's called the world capitalist system, nation-state based. Within nations, there's some peace. Outside, it's chaos. We don't have international system agreements on child trafficking. How do you stop it? We don't have agreement on climate change. There's so many things we have. We're working on multilateral agreements, but we don't have them. Within nations, there's some security. Outside, there's none. This creates the contradictions and why we're at a bifurcation point. He suggests there's going to be what's called a workers' revolution, shooter revolution. There's 2 types of this. Type 1 is a violent revolt against political economic power, saying we've had enough. We're sick of being in the bottom while you make billions. My colleague Jose Ramos, Michelle Bovin says, yes, that's possible. But what if Sri Sarkar suggested it's the peer-to-peer, a non-violent revolution, what's called the peer-to-peer commons? Greater efficiency, the cooperative world, the sharing economy world. What if in fact that creates the revolution? The third possibility is localization through new ideas, what the previous speaker talked about. Greater rights, it's within the current system, but more stakeholders are included. It's a capitalism with a human face, with a nature face. Deepak Chopra talked about that. The best capitalism includes workers, includes everyone. This is reformist. And finally, what might a different type of world system look like? Where the polity at what some level was centralized, clear rules on climate change, on travel, on pandemics. This is using artificial intelligence to create what's called economic bioregions. So your identity is no longer based on I live in this country, this state. Your identity based on here's your bioregion, and use artificial intelligence to increase efficiency and reduce inequity. This is a strong global regulatory system. That's why many people don't like it. It will regulate wealth accumulation, a maxi mini. It regulates, ensures gender inclusion, the use of nature and rights of animals and plants. Comes through sticks and carrots. So these are 4 different possible futures for the next 100 years. Will we continue the world capitalist system? Will there be a revolution of the commons, workers' revolution? Will be this new ideas, capitalism with a human face? Or in fact, are we going towards a global governance system, centralized, but the economy totally decentralized through new technologies? Clearly, right now, in Sri Sarkar's view, we're on the verge of this transition. What will emerge next? Will it be reformist or the radical world government system? Now, there's another way to think about this. That's using big patterns of change. The other way to talk about it is alternative futures. So let me give you a model. The simple one, when you think about scenarios, is no change. Nothing really changes. It's all the same. 50 years from now, we still have a world capitalist system, except Elon Musk now lives in Mars, and he's living longer. Basically, that's it. Marginal change. Well, capitalism says, okay, we can only survive if we give more rights to females, give more rights to nature. This is stakeholder inclusion. That's some marginal change to keep the system going. Who saves the day? China saves the day. East Asia becomes what Hegel says, the Geist moves from the US, the Geist moves to East Asia, the Bushido ethic, hard work, next generation is better. You get marginal change in world capitalism. Adaptive looks very different. The game starts to change, deeper inclusion, and there's the radical where everything changes. So as an example, when I've done that with technologies, the no change, computers come in, you still sit in rows. This is based on Ivana Milich's work on alternative educational futures. Marginal change, you're sitting in rows, but now there's a Skype bot. There's a robot there teaching you. Adaptive, student has access to knowledge, information 24/7 everywhere. It's student-centered. Radical, humans, nature, technology co-evolve. Knowledge, the nature of knowledge changes as we connect more with spirit, more with technology, more with ourselves. So we're possibly becoming more and more radical as we go onwards. So what does that mean? In the no change world, let's call it members only. Capitalism is a members only club. If you want to join, work hard, make $1 billion. Now we know what project we've just done with one government. They said this leads to sliding backwards. In a world where everything is changing, no change means if you're at the bottom, you'll be even more at the bottom, and more will join the bottom, as we're seeing with COVID-19. Marginal is, again, as I said earlier, you have some gender equity, some climate change mitigation, the move towards renewables. It's the beginnings of the triple bottom line: prosperity, parts of the planet, and more people. East Asia saves the day. As a club, the door to the club begins to open. And why does it open? Well, the billions made from having more gender inclusion. It's a $77 billion question just in Asia. So of course, marginal change will work. Marginal change is giving human nature rights to rivers. So that's moving towards, it's progressive. As in New Zealand, a river was given personhood status, as we're seeing also in Bolivia. And we know from the data, the more diverse you are, the better you do. So diversity, inclusion of females, minorities enhances, it optimizes your performance. So we're seeing many groups say, okay, that's a much better capitalism, let's join that. But adaptive said yes, but you're still not catching up. You're still in the terms. This is a 500-year pattern we're seeing. You can't just change marginally. More is needed. What is that more? So one is from cooperatives to platform cooperatives. Second is a global or multilateral treaties for taxation for the billionaires. You can use AI for people on the street, help the poor with real-time information on pricing, on climate, on markets. New technologies allowing far greater abundance, i.e. solar energy, 3D printed vegan steaks, real-time technology for everyone, reducing poverty. A maxi mini wage in nations and then globally. So this starts to talk about the new club. One is the old club. Club door opens. Here, you're starting to create the new club. This starts to move towards a very much a transformed capitalism. One way to move that is allow the movement of labor. Even the conservative magazine, The Economist, suggests If we allow more labor movement, there's $78 trillion in wealth that's sitting there. We can create $78 trillion of global wealth by just opening borders, allowing labor to go where it needs to go. We won't be swamped. It will create new ideas, business innovation, for example, care for the aged. And workers will become more productive if they know they have the right to move. In New Zealand metaphor, this was called sharing is winning. Platform cooperatives, movement, protect nature. So this goes from Uber enhancing efficiency to the workers owning Uber. You do that in every nation and you do that globally. In one country, in Egypt, we call this the Alibaba transformation. You give the new technologies to the poor, they're empowered, they have real-time information, they can actually have information on markets, capital, and this empowers them. And now wealth doesn't get created by giving tax cuts to the wealthy. Wealth gets created by enhancing demand from below. They can create cooperatives through AI, through new platforms. This becomes the adaptive way. Within the green model, it's going from the linear economy to the circular economy to the regenerative economy. And finally, what I'm suggesting here, as Sri Sarkar said, PRAMA, the dynamic equilibrium transformation economy. Now, the last scenario is the radical. I can see the other three emerging. This is now pushing us. Well, what's afterwards as we go towards the end of this century? Why is the radical important? It's the image that leads. Of course, it's not going to happen in 2022. That's nonsense. Or even 2032, equally nonsensical. But as these great patterns moving towards different energy systems, more equity, as we move towards the adaptive, next comes the radical. And the radical is the imagination of what's impossible today. So part of our work in progressive forces and new economics, future studies, is to start to imagine the radical. As Pollock says, the utopians. My own professor, Jim Bader, said, well, don't say utopia, that's no place, say utopia, E-U-T-O-P-I-A, a good place. And this image of the future advances us, helps us create a different world. So what might this radical change look like? Going back to Sri Sarkar's model, it's moving from global governance, multilateral treaties around gender equity, maxi-mini, to real global governance. Now that happens through regional associations, an African Union, a European Union, a North American Union, a South American Union, an Asian Union, an Oceanic Union. These unions start to work together, nations get softer, regional associations get stronger, and then you start to talk about world governance. So that's AI with peer-to-peer cooperatives, with gender equity, with maxi-mini. And this starts to move from the story of more to actually we have more than enough. In the financial world, in the intellectual, spiritual world, we're still desiring to create more inclusion. So let's talk about this. This goes from the world we're seeing, from a single bottom line to the quadruple bottom line. People, planet, prosperity, purpose. It's investment and savings plus regulation and individual effort. The system reproduces through accumulation. Tomorrow, it's policies for deep inclusion, a UBI, or universal basic assets, sustainability. Today, it's the worldview is capitalism for the few. Tomorrow, we're thinking about wealth for all that keeps on increasing. Today, our metaphor is the invisible hand, and more. Tomorrow's metaphor is prama, the dynamic balance, a very different way of seeing the future. So let's conclude here. It's a global economy by 2050, 2075, based on prama and well-being. COVID-19 is clearly showing everyone without health, there's no wealth. Focus on climate change, focus on pandemics, stop going into areas where there's wildlife, create buffer zones, respect animals, respect nature, change from basically industrial model to work till you die to the well-being model. Every organization I work with, the well-being model is like, that's the new way forward. Well-being is the way to go. Second is going just from capitalism, large corporations. We have Uber, Airbnb, et cetera, saying, well, there's inefficiencies. Let's bring assets we're not using into the market so we optimize. The radical is saying, wait a second, who should run those more efficient organizations? It should be the people working in them, the Uber drivers themselves, for example. The next part of that shift is the fossil fuel shift to the global solar energy regime. Each home, for example, is a battery. Solar is getting cheaper and cheaper. This starts the transition to abundant energy. We're already seeing efforts by some countries to think, okay, we can do that home by home. How can we bring in what's called the Dyson solar energy ships, energy straight from the sun to Earth? At the level of governance, we're starting to imagine the nation state is not eternal. It was created. It was invented. We now need to invent more associations and start to invent a global governance system. When we think about confederations, when we work in Asia, we see the metaphor of one restaurant chain as nation states. How about an Asian food court or a Gaia of organizations, diversity and unity? We're focused on past wars and injustices. Let's focus on future benefits. Let's let the vision of the future drive us. Now, central to this is a shift from materialism defining me, I'm just matter, I'm just my body, to mind-body integration. It's not mind over body, it's mind and body moving together. And finally, something called the spiritual episteme. How do I know? I know through basically my imagination of the future. You know from deep love. Sri Sarkar talks about different ways of knowing. There's authority, there's rationality, there's empiricism, but he goes further and says, in fact, at the spiritual level, there's also the notion that love is also a way of knowing. That's one way to actually understand the world. So this is actually the rebirth of enchantment. Officially, our work in future studies is defined as a study of possible, preferred, and plausible futures. But that's a technical definition. How do you re-enchant that? What metaphors do you bring? Do you talk about Ananda? Do you talk about, who do you talk about here? So often we talk about what's our role in creating this transition. So I ask everyone listening to this, if you accept that we're at a bifurcation, we can fragment, more war, more poverty, or we can go to a complex, adaptive, evolutionary evolved system. What's my story in that? Are you the wizard? Are you the benevolent witch? Are you the cyber weaver, weaving the new stories? So whatever it is, it's figuring out what's your role in this macro grand 500-year transformation. It's both levels. There's a 500-year end of the world capitalist system. We're in this transition. None of us know what's going to be next. Clearly, we do know without gender partnership, gender cooperation, none of us make the transition. Gender cooperation leads to huge wealth. Gender partnership leads to foundational transformation. So let me sum this up. The next 100 years, we can crash and burn. We can do no change, which is going backwards actually, or we make the transition, a world of hegemons, to in fact, we're seeing the rise of East Asia, rise of global governance, the rise of the associations, fossil fuel to renewable, materialism to mind body to spiritual episteme, generally a meat-based system to a more vegetarian system with something called 3D printed, what's called pure meat, and a change and the end of patriarchy. Nicholas Kardashev, a macrohistorian, says this is actually a transition of cosmic proportions. We're in a world, what he called a type 1 planet. Our energy needs are infinite, but our systems of governance are narrow, nation state, religion based. So we need to have high energy, and energy needs high energy, and we have to shift to the type of system we have, governance system. He said that's what's called a type 2 system. We become global, we become planetary, and our energy needs shift as we go towards renewables. Finally, we of course have to move out of Earth and have energy needs throughout the solar system and then going further. So this is the next 500 years that we first create a Gaian polity, then of course we go further into a solar system polity. Now, is this at all possible? Now, again, this goes to your story. Are you positive? Are you negative? Can you see some of the inklings? Can you see the weak signals? Returning back to Sri Sarkar, he suggests that in fact, part of this is there's cosmic mind, there's a spiritual part of human history is tragic, it's violent, it's oppressive. Systems innovate, then they obfuscate. He says, but we need to remember there's a part of life that does create the novel, that does innovate, and he sees it as universal humanism, remembering that we're all actually on the planet together, this Gaian imagination. Based on that, his conclusion is the future is not bleak, but the future is resplendent, the future is bright. Thanks so much for your time.
Thanks very much, Sohail. So basically, you outlined, the problem, the challenge that we're at right now with respect to this bifurcation, this crossroads that we're currently standing at, and you've presented some alternative futures that are laying before us, depending on which path we pick. And certainly some of those futures are more appealing than others. My question for you is, how do we influence which future ends up on our doorstep?
So the influence question, one is macrohistorical. Those things, there's not so much we can do. Systems have contradictions. When they mature, those contradictions expand and they die. So that's one part of the game. The second part is thinking through, what's my zone of control? I can't influence the entire planet. Where can I influence? Is it the words I speak? Is it how I imagine the future? Is it what image of the future I speak, talk about, and enact? Now, there's a third level. So one is a change in consciousness. The second, of course, are the macro big patterns of change. The third level is called institutional change. That is lobbying, that actually is asking within my nation state, my community, for new laws that are pro-nature, pro-gender equity, pro-moving towards plant-based, pro-moving towards inclusion. So those are 4 or 5 things we can actually very clearly do in every country. Let's move in a progressive direction. So that's at the legislative level. There's a personal level, living one's story. And there's a macro-historical level where there's deep patterns, which in fact, those are contradictions. I wonder what those contradictions are. Systems that have contradictions cannot go forever. It's just basically it when you look at world systems theory. So those will change. How will they change depends on our story, our actions, and ability to create new laws. Crisis force us to change who we are and force us to change laws around, for example, simple things like wildlife areas, how we see nature.
So would you say that any of these particular alternatives that we're looking at then are more feasible based on the trends that we currently see? I understand it has to do with the story that we carry. So based on the stories that we currently carry, which is the most likely future, do you think?
So I work, with different nation states. At the last, we were working with UN SCAP in Asia, Government of New Zealand, Government of Egypt, UNHCR, whole range of international organizations. Just finished a project for WHO. It was become very clear in these international meetings and speeches is the no change is not sustainable. No change has led to COVID-19. No change will lead to more poverty, more violence. Marginal change gets you in the right area, getting out of just prosperity. But given the rate of technological change is so quick in artificial intelligence, for example, you're actually going to slide backward. It's also not maintainable. So to me, there's only 2 choices: adaptive change from just prosperity to prosperity, planet people, which is let me have more minorities, more female gender equity, more maxi-mini, because the system as a whole will live longer with that. So stakeholder capitalism, for example, it's going to do better. However, if the entire system, even if you make it better, optimize it, the contradictions are so great, even that's not going to go. So then you have what's called the rollover, the transition. So that's scenario 4, the radical. And so what I suggest to every company, every country, every person, move towards the adaptive, be ready for the radical. Once the radical hits, where are you going to be in that? Will you have a cooperative economy? Will you have deep gender inclusion? Will you be living and using nature for everyone to benefit? Or will you be living the world of fossil fuels? And suddenly, from being the big man on the king, you're in the bottom in the ocean. You were Kodak'd by progress.
So here's a question then. If people are having their individual narratives, their individual stories, and they have to be ready potentially for such a change in their narrative, they've gone from the king of the pile to at the bottom, let's say. With regards to narrative transformation, what might be a narrative transformation that helps a person to adjust to that kind of change?
So that's exactly, you've actually set that up perfectly. So there's constructive and destructive narratives, right?
Yeah.
So Ivanna Milovic talks about in her speech a few days ago, which are the stories that construct this adaptive and radical future? Do I have a story that helps in that, or does my story hurt in that? Now, in these transitions going to Sorkin, there's pendulum shifts back and forth. We saw that in the US recently. Dramatic pendulum shift back 4 years, in the last 4 years. We're seeing that in India. So we're seeing fascism feels good for many because they're focusing on their ethnic group, their leader, using symbols of religion. But the contradictions in fascism every time lead to what we're seeing in Brazil, India, what we saw in the US. The system eats alive its own. So that story, again, what we saw in World War II led to death. It's led to death here too. So then the constructive narrative is choose life. And then you ask, well, what does that mean? Well, what's my relationship with nature? What's my relationship with spirit? And I would say really using AI, new technologies, my relationship with technologies, my relationship with others. So those are some easy ways personally to think, okay, where am I playing in? Where are the places I want to play in? Am I playing in futures orientation, this new world that we're creating, or am I playing in the old world? Now that doesn't with what Sheikh Yamani said. He said the Stone Age, he was the Minister of Oil with OPEC. The Stone Age did not end for lack of stone, but the Stone Age did end. The oil age will also end, not because of lack of oil. The nation state will end, not because of lack of nations. The meat age will end, not because of lack of meat. Patriarchy will not end because of lack of men. These are grand transitions, adaptive, radical. They're emerging. How will we play in them?
So perhaps we could say that instead of being on top of the mountain, to transform that narrative to on top of the dying garbage heap.
Yeah.
And instead choose life, choose the bouquet of flowers.
Yeah.
Choose the diverse rainforest.
Yeah, it's much better. Those are fantastic. And those who are worried they'll get poor, then it's the institutions to ensure there's a maxi mini, we work together.
Yeah, great. Excellent. I'm just checking if we've got any other questions in the chat. I don't think we do, but so I just want to thank you for your time, Sohail. It's been a real pleasure.
My pleasure. Thanks so much.
As per usual. And we certainly hope to chat with you again at some point soon.
That'd be great. Thanks for the great reset. Thanks for all the amazing work you folks are doing, and very happy to be part of this.
Thank you. So just moving on again, once again, you're listening to The Great Reset by Systems Change Alliance. My name is Satya Tanna, and I'm hosting the first session of 3 sessions that we have today. Our next speaker is Byron Joel, and he is speaking on the sovereignty and servitude in the age of surveillance. And Byron Joel is an internationally recognized author, media presenter, and leader in the field of ecological agriculture. For over 15 years, he's worked, consulted, designed, and taught across 4 continents. He has over 1,000 hours teaching, presenting on regenerative agriculture in Australia, the USA, Africa, and New Zealand. He is the author of numerous articles and has been interviewed as a guest on the world's leading forums, including the Sustainable Masterclass series, Agrarians Talk, Sustainable World Radio, the Permaculture Podcast, the Survival Podcast, and more. He also hosts his own podcast, The Octarian Tree, which focuses on the meaningful connection between humanity, ecology, and spirit. When not traveling the world like a real agricultural Indiana Jones, Byron acts as a managing consultant for Oak Tree Designs, focusing on the Mediterranean regions of his home nation, Australia, where he advocates for a greater recognition, honouring and implementation of Indigenous Australian land stewarding practices. Hi, Byron. Thanks very much for joining us today. And I'm going to hand directly across
Thanks
to you.
for having me.
You're very welcome. So yeah, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. It's a real pleasure to be here. I was very flattered when I was asked to join in. I've been watching the first two talks and they were incredible. I really resonated with the first talk. Was remarkable. And it really is quite aligned to what I'm going to be speaking to. So I'll quickly, I'll share my screen because I've got a little bit of a slideshow. Tell me if it works. Let me have a look. Has that worked?
It had started, but yes, it's come up now. Perfect. But it's in
Okay, cool.
It's in not in presentation mode yet.
Okay. That's strange. I've put it on.
Now it is. Now it's in presentation mode.
Okay. Great. So, sovereignty and servitude on the age of surveillance. Now, there were a million different things I could have said about this when I was asked to assist in a critique, a review of the Great Reset. There was 1,000 directions I wanted to go in, but to me, one of the most important aspects of where we're heading, one of the most important questions outside of the environmental and the agricultural, or aligned to it, is one of sovereignty and autonomy, because that's the main thing that I see missing from the discussion from the top down. There's certainly a lot of people and presentations and reviews and captions from the top down discussing the environment and mentioning social welfare and lots of topics at the moment. But this is the one thing that to me is like a deafening silence in that realm, is a discussion on sovereignty and autonomy of individuals, of collectives, whether it's, communities, families, or regions at large. So I'm kind of going to be focusing in that direction, of course, with discussion on the ecological and environmental issues as well. So very quickly, hi again, my name is Byron Joel. I am from Southwestern Australia. I have a consultancy company called Oak Tree Designs, and I've spent the last 15 or 20 years doing regenerative agricultural design. I have a working relationship with projects in Morocco. And my keen interest is in the Mediterranean climate regions of the world. So here we are, this great reset, as I discussed just before. Things are less than ideal at the moment, and this is indeed an opportunity to grow as it's presented by the Great Reset. We have this opportunity of us to turn things around and consciously create in a direction that is beneficial and moves away from the most deleterious aspects of culture that we've been living in thus far. And there is a lot of emphasis on the environmental and human welfare, social justice issues. But I've actually noticed a great deal of suspicion from people. Like, I don't know if anyone has gone to the Davos website and to the YouTube channel and watched the videos and read the entry. It's really worthwhile, because if those comments are any indication, then people are extremely suspicious of this thing. So skeptical and suspicious, much more than I thought they were, certainly much more than has been advertised. But when you start paying attention to the kind of media trends and what is and isn't broadcast, it's actually not surprising. That old saying that the revolution will not be televised is still true. In fact, it's more resonant now than ever. Quickly, my main critiques of this are, and I will go into it further, that I see it as I should say, while people are critical and suspicious of it, and myself included, has to acknowledge the face value, at least, of it being what it claims to be. That the marketing, the way that this is marketed, it is as simple as that. These are concerned people, quote unquote experts in these agencies, who are genuinely well motivated and interested in using this crisis, this pandemic, as an opportunity to move forward. That may very well be the case. So I'm not insisting that there is some grand conspiracy, or that one who works for one of these agencies is in on the game. But this deserves our critique. It deserves a good critical looking at. So my main critiques are that they're going to be something of a death blow to actual cultural diversity. That it continues to focus on global markets as opposed to local markets. That we are at risk of creating a really dependent population dependent upon the welfare that is proposed, the UBI and so forth. That's necessarily an exclusively negative thing, or a negative thing at all at large. But there is a risk, I think, of creating greater dependency upon the authorities' centralized systems. Again, I'm just not sure if I really want to get clear on whether or not we can in fact trust the marketing that this great risk is, this benevolent, proactive attempt to make the most of this profound disruption to an outdated system. Are we actually witnessing the whitewashing and greenwashing of something else going on, a consolidation of power? The question needs to be asked. So previous great resets, this is the first time in a while that we've had a great conscious reorganizing of society in as quick time period as this. I'd say the time before this was probably post-World War II, when the UN was formed, and one generation of people had seen 2 world wars in one time and were adamant not to let things like that occur again. So there was a conscious to change systems around the world. Before that, it was the Industrial Revolution, where you had people being removed from village lifestyle, from pre-industrial conditions in the UK in particular, and the entire social order was reworked. They were removed from their villages and moved into ready-made cities and towns, industrial camps, and set to work in the factories. And before that, you can keep going back through time where there are all these great disruptions to culture. Now, I live in a place where, in Australia, where it's very obvious, disruptions to culture are very obvious. Not only the disruption to the culture of the Indigenous people here, which is acute and obvious to anyone paying attention, the gravity and breadth and depth of the interruption to the post-colonial way of life is in it. And you can see what happens to a people who have their traditional or Indigenous way of life interrupted. There is a great deal of disorientation that occurs. On the left here, this picture is actually an engraving of the Picts, which were the people native to northern England at the time, what is now Scotland. And they were described they were actually likened to North American Indian people, and covered in tattoos and body paint, and mostly naked most of the time. Romans arrived, that way of life was injured. So one thing that occurs, pardon me, one thing that occurs, regardless of the positives or other negatives that happen to a people once they have a great and profound interruption to their way of life, sometimes there are good things. It reminds me of that Monty Python's "What have the Romans done for us lately?" I don't know if anyone's familiar with that, but they're having a conversation about what the Romans have done for them lately, critiquing the Romans as a colonial power, and they keep coming up with all the like positive aspects of the infrastructure and educate, So there are positive things that occur during great periods of great change and appropriation. But what the one thing to me that's resounding negative is it seems like every step of the way, when there is a great reshuffling, a great reset, as they have happened before, there is a reduction in local autonomy. There is a reduction in the sovereignty of individuals. There's a reduction in the robustness and strength or resilience of local culture and regional identity and regional culture. So we're dealing with at the moment these ideas being handed on down by numerous non-elected agencies around the world. Some people have called it autocracies or the technocracies, terms like surveillance capitalism being thrown around. But the agencies from which the Great Reset is being delivered to us are in fact non-elected agencies. And again, with every step towards these new orders out of chaos, there seems to be a further consolidation of power, centralization of power. There is actually a move now. It continues towards the global marketplace. This is one of the other things that concerns me greatly about the Great Reset. As was discussed in the first talk today, this continued movement away from local systems, local resilient systems, and the kind of absurdity of the global market, the issue of food miles. Like here in Southwestern Australia on the right here, this image was from the logging in Southwestern Australia. So the wheat belt region in Southwestern Australia, if you look on Google Earth, you can actually see the area that was logged for the wheat belt. And it was only about 10 or 15 years ago that the wheat belt overtook the Amazon rainforest as the world's largest contemporary deforestation event. Now, it's not really discussed. It's not talked about a whole lot. But they took this Mediterranean woodland and they cleared it at the rate of somewhere around 1 million acres a year. Landowners were subsidized to clear 1 million acres a year to grow wheat and sheep. Now, that logging continues to occur further south and west, coastward, in the Karri and Marri and Jarrah forests of the world, where the Forest Product Commission does so at a loss to the taxpayer. The Forest Product Commission is actually subsidized to log at a loss to the taxpayer. Now, most of these products sit in next these X trees. Once they're logged, are chipped, and they sit at like Bunbury Port in shipping containers, waiting for the market to decide when it is somewhat feasible for it to be shipped to Japan, to be turned into these wood chips, to be turned into paper, to be sold back to Australia as paper. Just these ideas of these absurd marketplaces actions around the world. Like in the first discussion, it was mentioned that, you know, fish caught in one place are shipped to the other side of the planet to be processed, to be sent back. It's the same here in Southwestern Australia. There's huge vegetable growing regions in the mid-north, like Kununurra, where they grow all these vegetables, and they're all shipped to Perth, where they are then cleaned and processed and put back into trucks and sent back up north to be sold in the supermarkets. It just doesn't make sense. It's absurd. So there is a phenomenon known as the ethnosphere, which was coined by anthropologist Wade Davis. And the ethnosphere is defined by him as the sum total of all thoughts and intuitions, myths and beliefs, ideas and inspirations brought into being by the human imagination born of consciousness. The ethnosphere is humanity's greatest legacy. It is that place, quote unquote, that state, that realm in which all of the human imagination and actions and ideas and thoughts and cultural practices and myths and stories are all held. And these are in fact human beings. It is our art of living. It is the way in which they are the artifacts of these deep human connections between a people and themselves and their environment, their immediate environment, over prodigious periods of time, right? I mean, what is a human culture if not the art of living as it interfaces with the surrounding environment? And that is something that's not appreciated. In fact, this is my main gripe. It's that this is not appreciated. Now, there's all sorts of lip service around the world now to environmental degradation and ecology, and good, absolutely. That's something we need to pay attention to, because we are going backwards. We are in trouble. And people get very, very upset, rightly so, when a species becomes extinct or is threatened, and that's understandable and it's good. But we don't seem to be so upset, or indeed really give a shit, when a unique human cultural form is lost. And they are dying off at an incredible rate, you know, not just little cultural forms, not just like a particular way to mend a fishing net, but like entire languages, entire language groups, and with them, their ontologies and their, what's the word I'm looking for? Epistemologies. Their entire like sciences, entire frameworks of seeing the world, of decision making, entire lenses of human potential are being lost now at a rate of not equal to, or perhaps even faster than the parallel ecological degradation that's occurring at the moment. People don't really seem to give a shit because they don't know about it, because it's not advertised a lot. You can tell a lot about an agency by what they sanction and what they promote and what they keep very quiet about. Now, I'm very concerned about this particular thing, because what are we if we do not have these articles handed down to us, these artifacts of the ethnosphere handed down to us? Like, these are our birthright. This is the kind of metaphysical toolkit that we should be inheriting, and I would like to have inherited, and I would like to see passed on to further generations. We've forgotten that ecology is the foundation of agriculture, and agriculture is the foundation of culture. And when I say agriculture, I don't mean cultivating the field as we know it now, but I mean use it in a broader sense of the term. And I wish I had another term, but I mean that human ecology interface, the ways in which humanity as a collective, the ways in which we interface with the natural world around us in order for us to obtain everything we need to sustain material being and more. Ecology is the foundation of agriculture. Agriculture is the foundation of culture. The human enterprise is an ecological enterprise. And it's only because relatively recently in history, we've had access to relatively cheap and affordable and extremely for fossil fuels. So we can switch lights on and off, right? We can turn taps on and off. We can get in the car and drive 20 minutes what it would have taken us 2 days to walk. And we've lost we are losing our capacity to understand what I call like an ecological accounting. And we are considering ourselves foolishly. We feel that we have been rendered immune to the realities of ecological consequence. We're not. We're not. And in the process, we've discovered reality that we're living in now, at the peril of the ethnosphere. Now, if all the talk of diversity, and this is the other thing we get a lot of lip service about, ecology, and the other thing, diversity is the other. What's being sold to us now as diversity is, imagine you're sitting down to a banquet dinner, like a degustation meal, and there's 12 courses being served up to you. Everyone is exquisite, and they're all completely different. And that, you know, and you take the time to really, you know, smell and look and taste each one of them, and you go through each course, and there's wine pairings, and you're having a really good time. I hope I'm painting that picture. And then that's diversity. That's true diversity. What I've been to swallow as diversity now is if you took every one of those courses, every one of those dishes, put them all in a blender, blended it up, and it's being handed to you as a grey-brown milkshake thing, goo. And you're being told to swallow it. And if you don't swallow it, there's something wrong with you, you're dangerous, you're some kind of thug, right? Now, all the talk of diversity that we're getting at the moment is merely rhetoric. All the talk of diversity we are getting lip service of at the moment is merely rhetoric if it doesn't recognize or work to conserve the deep value, legitimacy, and autonomy of the countless diverse traditional cultures found across the globe, born of this like sacred and deep relationship between people and the land habit, evolving over prodigious time periods, right? It's very important we pull our shit together and recognize that this is one of the most endangered things at the moment. So what the hell are we going to do about it? Bioregional administration. It's not the be all end all. You know, this is a tricky thing. I'm not, you know, it's going to take a lot of discussion, a lot of thought. But there's this topic of bioregional administration is an excellent way that we can start fostering this discussion again. So what is a bioregion? Well, basically, it's an area of land, a region that shares similar or the same climatic and meteorological and geographical traits. You know, I'm from Southwestern Australia, for instance, where it's the Mediterranean climate bioregion. It's like a Mediterranean climate like bioregion. In the north, there's a hot summer. In the south, there's a cool summer, but it's all Mediterranean, okay? And then when you zoom in further to that, there are watersheds, right? In terms of like smaller regions, smaller localities within a greater bioregion are the watersheds. So again, born of the relationship between humans and the place that they've evolved in are these ingenious agricultural systems that have never been given the light of day, really. They don't receive the attention they deserve. And me and myself and some colleagues are working on it. So in this slide, for instance, you have the Chinampas of Mexico in the top left, which is, in my opinion, the most regenerative / sustainable agricultural system ever devised, after the Nile, I'd say, after Egypt's Nile, but that wasn't quite invented. They kind of stumbled upon that. The Chinampas, however, is human designed. You have the rice paddies, the rice, duck, fish systems of many places in the tropical world, Asia and Southeast Asia. You've got the great oasis, Palmyra oases of the Middle East and North Africa region. You've got the Dehesa, the great Dehesa of Spain and the Iberian Peninsula, where they run pigs under their oak trees. And of course, here on the right is where the Lost Valley Plateau project in China, where they actually rehabilitated a desertifying valley system the size of Belgium, give or take, in a very small amount of time, relatively speaking. So it is possible when we actually put our mind to it and we figure out these regenerative design principles, we can be as positive an influence on the environment than a negative one. And there is a great impulse now back towards sovereignty. It's again, this revolution will not be televised, and if it is, it's not televised well, because the movement back to sovereignty, the impulse people have to say, you know what? No, we are not just a cog in a giant machine. We are us. And we have a deep connection to this place and each other, and our identity matters. We matter to us. It's not some backward caveman thing that we need to evolve out of, having a regional identity. It's not. It's about relationship with place and each other within place. Okay? It's not just nationalism. I mean, nationalism can be a thoroughly shit thing that we need to grow out of. On the flip side, just because of people in a place say no, we do not want to be ruled, just because, like the Catalanians, for instance, a few years ago, they said to Brussels, no, we don't want to be ruled from Brussels. There's some bureaucrat, however many thousands of kilometers away, making decisions for us about how we farm, or about what qualifies as a bloody tomato in our marketplace, you know, or whatever the decision may be, you know. So they actually held a referendum, and the majority of people wanted out. Of course, it wasn't recognized by the EU. Same with the Irish, with the Lisbon Treaty. The Irish voted no originally. They had to go and sneak another referendum in there. Are you sure? You know, with a whole lot of marketing in the meantime. Brexit. I mean, for all of the negative things I hear about Brexit and what it means about the British people, I mean, they all must just be thugs, right? It's like, no, to me, it seems like they were a people. That was democracy in action. These people decided they wanted to be them. They wanted to make decisions for themselves. They didn't want Brussels making the decisions for them. You know, Brussels, London, Washington. These, you know, in Australia, it's like Canberra. I'm in southwestern Australia. What does some pen-pushing bureaucrat in Canberra know about what I have to do out in the, you know, the moist sclerophyll forest of southwestern Australia? They don't. So I've got a little project called Sibling Regions Project, and it's about fostering mutually beneficial relationships between communities based on climatically analogous bioregions. So around the world, there are all these, wherever you are around the world, as this map shows, this is from the Agrarian's Handbook, wherever you are, there will be other places around the world that have analogous climates. The sibling regions concept is an eco-agricultural reinterpretation of the sister cities or twin towns practice. However, unlike those conventional couplings in which a diplomatic relationship is forged between two settlements from different nations in order to just strengthen political or economic ties, this sibling regions project intends to couple climatically analogous and culturally compatible places from around the world so they can enrich one another through the exchange of appropriate and applicable agricultural and ecological land management techniques. So this is very much, it comes under the greater bioregional administration discussion. This I see as a way that we can foster cultural practices that are appropriate to the ecologies that we're in, right? That are actually like adjusted to the ecological realities of our environment, but at the same time, creating very, very strong relationships outside of our immediate region, but based on the similarities of ecology and the different cultural forms and uses of different species and whatnot that come up as a result of this practice. This is on the Oak Tree Designs website. There's a full article written about it. There's a lot more to that, but I think I'll leave it there. I'm at 29 minutes and 30 seconds. So I think I'll wrap up now, if that works for you guys.
We have another 5 minutes if you would like to take another 5 minutes as well.
Yeah, okay. Well, something I was going to add, if I had time, was, again, I find it really interesting, the things that are sanctioned and promoted from the top down, and those things that are left aside and not promoted. Remember, the revolution will not be televised. Now, this is just one regenerative technique that needs to see greater appreciation. It's called holistic management, and it's the work of this man up here, Alan Savory. And he, in my opinion, as someone who's been working in the eco-agricultural sector for 20 odd years, he has cracked a serious code. And the means of holistic management to mimic the ways in which, like down here, you see these huge herds of large grazing ungulates. They have a beneficial impact on the environment. And we're living in a world now where desertification is spreading like a cancer throughout many regions of the world. That is a serious issue. Desertification is a serious issue because it grows upon itself. It feeds itself. It's a self-enforcing negative feedback loop. It needs human management. It needs human management. Or we re-release and re-establish those areas with huge herds of grazing ungulates and the predators that prey upon them, because that's key to this discussion. Can't quite go into the deep nuts and bolts of it now. But holistic management is something that the powers that be from the top down, if they were really, really interested in employing people, regenerating land, and growing high quality food in a world where, you know, factory farming is a reality and an ethically abhorrent one, and that we move out of that practice, then holistic management is something that is definitely, I definitely promote the looking into of. And lastly, I'll just say that we are at a crossroads right now. The Great Reset is correct when they say that we are at a crossroads, and this is in fact a great opportunity to decide in which direction we want to move. Again, the environment and social justice and human welfare, and indeed animal welfare, all those things are of great importance. Just be very, very careful when it comes to sovereignty, because I don't believe in an utterly free market, right? But I'm also very, very wary of over-regulation and what it can do to people. You just be very, very, very wary of how we're going to play this game. Yeah, capitalism is falling, it's crumbling, and we need to find an alternative and quick. But all of the alternatives that are being put to us as a viable alternative, they aren't viable alternatives. I actually believe that whatever system, if there is a system that saves us in a generation's time or what have you, it's not going to be capitalism. It's not going to be socialism. It's a different name. We haven't come up with it. It doesn't exist yet. And hopefully it has the best of all of those, all of the above. To just be very, very careful, because in order, if we think that we need top-down action to save the world, well, then we're going to have the bureaucracy and large government and regulation to make it happen. So if we don't get off our bums and take our power back as individuals and as communities, then they're going to have to do it for us. And that's when things go horribly, horribly wrong, because tyranny can come in green as well. All right, I'll leave it there. before I really start ranting.
Thanks very much, Byron. So thank you for giving us this very grassroots perspective, particularly from that permaculture lens as well on, the challenges that we're currently facing on the planet, and also some of the solutions to those. Very much resonated with your comments around, loss of cultures and ethnicities, and the lack of awareness and lack of perhaps even care that people have around that. Also, your comments around, the type of diversity through monoculture. I like to think of it like a soup. Is it a blended soup, or do we leave the vegetables chopped and intact? So completely agree with all of that. Couple of questions for you that have come through on the chat. Are there examples of thriving bioregional economies? What would be some of the first steps to create thriving bioregions?
I don't know of example. Oh, I do. I can think of one actually. After the GFC 2018, was it 2018? I've gone blank. But after the GFC, the financial crisis, Spain and Portugal and Greece were hit hardest, if you recall. And Spain and Portugal got really creative. They had to get creative. They got really creative, and they took the Dehesa system, which I actually mentioned in another slide. So the Dehesa system is 4 million hectares, give or take, of pasture, rangeland, where people run their sheep and their cattle and predominantly pigs. And they do a bit of, they grow a bit of wheat there and other things. But it's not just bare naked grassland. It's overstood by a productive oak savanna, right? And it's a semi-domesticated system, and it's 4 million hectares of it. It's huge, right? And it's bloody beautiful. It's one of my most favorite things in the world. It's just exquisite. So they actually took the Dehesa system, which was degrading due to neglect at the time, and they kind of combined their food tourism and agro-tourism and ecotourism, and fostered a whole new kind of wing, the regenerative agricultural tourism, which I think has a huge future. And if anyone from Southwestern Australia and like political administration is hearing this right now, give me an email, because we've got ideas and it needs to be taken more seriously. But so they melded all those things together, right? So now there's this region where they've fostered the regeneration of the Dehesa system, an appreciation of its human cultural heritage, an appreciation of its agricultural abundance and fecundity, and an ability to produce high quality food in a way that regenerates ecological function. And people go there, there's bird watchers and there's the odd hunt, and there's like the Iberian lynx, which was critically endangered, is coming back now. That would be a really good example of fostering a bioregional economy. As for like the steps, how do you do it? Well, the Sibling Regions project is actually, we're working through that, right? Because it's all in the article on the Oak Tree Designs website, but we're going to work through it further to further refine the systemization of how you would actually work through this process to identify a bioregion, foster the bioregional identity and economies, and then the next step forward is to form these relationships with climatically analogous communities around the world.
Great. Okay, and another question for you. Have you seen examples of successful preservation of local culture and how it has impacted the community?
My mind immediately goes to the time I went to Morocco, and I was meant to be doing a 10-day course there. And I was teaching these villas in the Rif Mountains there. And upon arrival, I mean, I already had some misgivings about myself doing that at the time. I was like 35, and I was going to teach these ancient rural peoples about a like practical regenerative agricultural course, and it was freaking me out. But then upon arrival there, I got really, like, my heart sunk at the prospects of it. And I was like, what am I even doing? Like, I had major imposter syndrome. So I completely scrubbed my curriculum and spent 3 days just getting to know them. The whole course was me just tell me about you, tell me about yourself, tell me about yourself. And by the end of it, like, I had such a much greater understanding of who they were and how they'd been affected by certain things in immediate history and recent history and going further back generations. And we went into great detail about how they lived, you know, the inputs, the outputs, everything. And eventually I said to them, like, I just tried to, like, encourage them to be proud of who they are and where they were from, ostensibly. And I pointed out to them, because the kids grew up there and they want out, right? So there's poverty, and it's understandable. They want out, but they dream of this kind of like Coca-Cola, Starbucks fantasy, and it doesn't exist. And I was trying to show them that that's what happens with the rest of the world, and we're losing these cultures, and please be proud of yours and whatnot. And I think it made a real impact on the youngsters hearing me, an outsider, say that to them. And the old folks were so grateful for that. And at the end of that course, they actually they started holding talks to reinstate their old traditional commons law practices, which was really amazing. Sometimes I just think people need to be reminded who they are. Yeah, we're an amnesiac species. We're forgetting who we are. Real shame, you know. It's the sense of, or the lack of self-worth that comes with that. It's a real killer.
Yeah. Well, a really great story, actually. And I think just symptomatic of so many cultures actually around the world. Yeah, really great. Another question, final one. Given that you have
just that blended soup, that grey goo.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Since you have a background in permaculture, what is the role do you think that in particular will play in this sort of alternative to the Great Reset?
In particular, permaculture I see as a stepping stone forward into a new relationship with. I'm really interested in the relationship between humanity and ecology, and then humanity and spirit. And I think we're suffering from, I actually, this might sound like an overgeneralization, but I actually believe that the majority of pathologies that humanity is expressing at the moment, even down to the physical, is the result of a lack of meaningful connection between humanity and what we call here country, land, ecology, Gaia, and with spirit, right? And it's not easy. It's not like one day you wake up and decide you want to connect with Gaia more, and you walk out the door and walk into the bush naked and live happily ever after, and all the birds land on your shoulder and you just, that's not what happens. So it's like, I see permaculture in particular as a really like gentle reintroduction. Going back, okay, I have to catch myself by saying a movement back to a connection. No, it's moving forward into a new relationship with, yes, a reconnection, but a new relationship with humanity, being a human in connection to place and ecology, and being able to read the landscape and all the rest.
Yeah, very nice. So it's not that going backwards and losing some of the good progress that we've made, but rather moving forward and integrating old practices that we've lost, which worked. Yeah, very nice. Okay, absolutely. Well, I want to thank you very much for your time today, Byron.
Both worlds.
Yeah,
you're welcome. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thanks for having me.
And And that concludes the first session for today. The next session will be between 11 o'clock and 1 p.m. UTC, which is a networking event. Session 2 begins at 3 p.m. UTC. And session 2 begins at 3 p.m. UTC, and session 3 begins at 8 p.m. UTC. So just a reminder that this is the Beyond the Great Reset by Systems Change Alliance. We have a annual conference coming up in September between the 23rd to the 25th. It's called Systems Change Through Local Economies. For details, you can see our website, systemschangealliance.org, and we invite you to follow us on social media. You can sign up for our newsletter to receive news, updates, and events from the Systems Change movement, and also to participate in the growing community by joining as a group or individual member. You can see our website for more information. So thanks very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the second session of the Beyond the Great Reset Summit. My name is Carolina Hargreaves, and I am the founder of a regenerative platform called Norwegian Sage. I'm here in my garden in Norway, looking out on a beautiful spring day. And I'm very excited for today's session. We will be hearing from some incredible human beings that I've had the pleasure of following for a while. And I'm here on behalf of Systems Change Alliance, which is a platform where individuals and organizations are discussing solutions, practical solutions to the unprecedented economic, social, and environmental crisis that our planet is facing today. So Systems Change Alliance is unique in that it recognizes that these challenges are all interconnected and overlapping, and thus requires deep systemic change. And today we've gathered some of the people and individuals that are working on some of these issues, both in their inner and outer nature, I could say. And first out today, we have Claire Politano. Welcome, Claire. Nice to see you.
Hi, thank you.
And Claire will be talking about technology as commons. So I'm just going to briefly introduce you, Claire, and then I'll give the floor to you. So Claire is a technologist and regenerative strategist dedicated to channeling resources to heal our communities and our planet. Isn't that excellent? As a core steward of Terran Collective, Terran.io, she focuses on bioregional organizing and building technology for a regenerative future. So she's working on partnerships and product development for open source project Hilo, which is hilo.com. And this is a social coordination platform for a thriving planet. So in her previous background, she's been helping build nonprofits, tech companies, and regenerative businesses with a wide range of organizations, including Regen Network, the Center for Science in the Public Interest, and the International Rescue Committee. Today, she's living in Ohlum territory in the San Francisco Bay Area bioregion, and she's been studying architecture and political science at the University of Virginia. And the title of her talk today is Technology as Commons. We are very excited to have you here, Claire, and the next 30 minutes are yours, leaving about 15 minutes for a Q&A. So I'll be letting you know about your time and opening the portal for your voice. Welcome.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. All right, just gonna get started with my screen share here. All right. Well, hello, everyone. Good morning for those of you on Pacific time like me. Good afternoon, good evening to everyone else. I'm calling in from Ohlone territory, as it is colonially known as Berkeley, California today. And yeah, excited to be with the Systems Change Alliance, and thank you to the organizers for having me. So today I'm going to talk about a topic that I'm very passionate about, which is the commons, and especially how can we shift our technology that we all work on together and use into a commons system and understanding rather than the status quo today, and how that will unlock systems change for us. Because I believe that systems change requires this shift and requires that we look at technology as something we steward cooperatively. Yeah, so it is easier to imagine the end of the world than to imagine the end of capitalism. This is a quote you may have come across, and I think it's really true. Capitalism and the extractive form of capitalism that dictates our free market these days, it seems like it's been around forever and there's nothing we can do to fight it. And as individuals, that might be true. But there are ways that we can come together and shift out of this. And that's why we're here today. All of us here that are listening, that are participating in this summit, are trying to do our part to create a thriving world, an equitable world. And these prevailing systems of capitalism are really failing us. They're not delivering the change that we need. And really ultimately taking our entire civilization down with it. So we need a way to stop feeding into the system, but all of the businesses that we run and support, the status quo is that they do feed into the system because it's very difficult to see what other choice we have. But there are other ways of meeting our needs as individuals, our needs as a community. And so that's where the commons comes in. And particularly today, I'm talking about our tools and our technologies. The tools we use define us. They really dictate how we interface with the world around us. The way a tool is designed really says how it can be used. And so if we are handed tools that are created by an extractive capitalist system, and then we're trying to use them to create systems change towards a regenerative world, that's going to be difficult, and if not impossible. And yeah, so I think it's really important that we ask ourselves when we pick up a tool to try to improve our community or organize people or do ecosystem restoration, is that tool actually designed for this? Is it going to help me? Or are there trade-offs that I'm making by using this tool? And are there harms that are going to happen when I use this tool as well? Like, is this tool actually going to help? Is it going to shift us towards a more beautiful world? Or is it holding us back in some way? And just being really circumspect about this, particularly the technologies that we choose. Because yeah, the question is, what do we want to build? And I think that the technology we choose to build a more beautiful world, it really matters. The world that we envision will be realized through technologies that themselves are helping regenerate and are on the same mission as we are. This new world will not be built by extractive technologies. And specifically, I think that we're going to create this world through technology that is a commons, and technology that is created through open source collaboration and cooperative stewardship. So before I explain what I mean by all those things, I'm going to share a little bit about kind of the current contours of the market that create technology currently. And I'm specifically talking about online technology tools. Because yeah, what's happening right now has not been helpful. So here's another quote that I love. The master's tools will never dismantle the master's house. And this can be applied to a lot of things. Audre Lorde here was talking about white patriarchy, but it definitely also applies to our technology and to, settler colonialism, a lot of things. So this is perhaps specific to the United States, but I believe venture capital is a business dynamic that happens all over the world. So a lot of technology is very expensive to build. And a lot of technologies are funded with venture capital, where a venture firm or a wealthy investor puts in millions of dollars into a tech tool that they think is going to 10x, right, or 100x, and make a huge windfall. And that investor will get a lot of money back, and yeah, they'll be stoked. So the purpose of the system is not to create great technology, and definitely not to create technology that's going to help the world. The purpose of this system is to generate the biggest, fastest exit for the founders and the biggest profit for the investors. And so like crazy amounts of money get thrown around for technologies that like really don't have a lot of social benefit. But if the market says it's going to be valuable, then all of a sudden you have like a unicorn company that's worth 100 million or even a billion, and then it can get sold. And that's like the outcome that the system is optimizing for, just that like quick, big exit. And once that happens, the technology might be shut down, or it might be absorbed into the purchasing body. And so if there were people using it and loving it, too bad, whatever, that doesn't matter because this was never for you. So yeah, the financing of technology is really not helping us. And then once a technology is financed with venture capital, that means that there is a lot of pressure to maximize profit. And so instead of experimenting or trying out things that, you know, might not be attached to earning revenue, the company is obligated, the technology is obligated to focus on things that earn revenue and to maximize that revenue. And it's a fiduciary duty to maximize profit. And the people running a company can actually be like penalized by shareholders if they're not prioritizing profit. So how's that system going to generate technology that's actually helpful for creating a systems change? Yeah, and so the kinds of business models that arise from the system are rent seeking. So we have software as a service where a company puts a piece of software in the world and then they charge for people to use it. And it has to be closed source by definition, which means the code is hidden and no one can see it or use it or ask any questions or make any contributions to it. Because the company has to charge for it. So they believe it has to be closed. This is typically what happens. And yeah, like, so if it's a social tool, people bring their groups there, they put all of their data into this tool, and we don't have a lot of control over what our data is being used for. Yeah, in the cases of like the big social platforms, our data is actually being sold to the highest bidder and used to target us with advertising. So we are actually the product, rather than being able to use a tool that is made for us to actually help us. It is actually a tool where we are the product that is being sold to advertisers. Again, this is not a system that is going to help us create systems change. Proprietary tools like this are created in a system that is not designed for us and cannot liberate us from the systems that they are in thrall to. So instead, we need to use convivial tools. Convivial tools are a whole different paradigm shift. These are tools that are built by the users, designed by the users to meet their own needs, built by people to meet our own needs. And we decide how they will be used. Anyone using them can decide what they want to do with them. This idea is an old idea, but the idea is that by creating our own tools together as a community, it encourages creativity, self-determination, and really just access and equitability. Like anyone can shape the tool, anyone can contribute to it with their ideas and their needs and craft it to be useful to them. And this totally different paradigm really emancipates us from being passive victims, perhaps, of the free market world and the tools it decides to give us. We have a lot of power, and we can actually participate in creating the tools that we use. And I'm talking about technology today, but this isn't just for coders. There are many, many ways to participate in creating digital technologies, as well as all kinds of convivial tools around us in our world. And yeah, this is where we need to go. And I believe the future of systems change really relies on starting to look at every piece of our toolkit and making sure that the tools in there are really, optimized for what we need. So I am talking about open source, partially for sure, and I'll explain what that is. The open source movement is necessary here, but it's not sufficient. So open source is a technology movement that it's pretty broad, but basically it means that the code is visible. Anyone can look at the code. Anyone can offer changes to the code, can make a copy of the code and use it for your own thing. And it's more of an open resource that people can contribute to and change. And there's a lot of flexibility. And this started off really as a hack on property law. And during the time when like online tools, not even, but just digital technology, even pre-internet, was really being born into this world. Companies were trying to enclose it as quickly as possible. And there were many brave engineers that did not want to see their work enclosed by the market, and created this idea of open source, especially by creating open source licenses using property law, using the IP law itself to create an actual license that said, this is specifically for people to share and for people to use, and for people to use however they want, as long as it is also in an open source way. And we started off with the general public license, which people still use. And now there's many different types of open source licenses you can put on your work that say how people can use it and share it and contribute to it. And this is great. We really, really need this. And we rely on open source technologies. Some really famous ones are Linux operating system, Mozilla, the internet browser, so many others. The technology underneath Wikipedia, and those are entire platforms that are open source, and that's really important. And then, as an engineer, I'm an engineer. There are many, many different just like little libraries of code that are open source that people use and pull into projects all the time. So there's many, many levels of open source technology, and really the entire internet depends on this at this time. So this is a critical part of the movement of technologies. Okay, but just because something is open source does not mean that it's cooperatively stewarded and that there's a commons or a community overseeing how that technology is managed and what gets included, what contributions are honored, which ones are rejected. A lot of the most popular open source libraries are actually put out in the world by proprietary technologies. So for example, Facebook is a proprietary technology that puts out React, which is an open source library. And React is used, it's like hugely popular across the internet. And people can contribute to it, but there's a small group of people on staff at Facebook who are in charge of it. And there's no community input beyond people making contributions. So it's like, that's not enough, right? Like we're getting there, but open source is not enough to get where we want to go. So I'm going to offer a few tools that I think will help us get closer. So the first idea I want to talk about is the commons. And I'm sure most of you listening are familiar with the idea of the commons. And as I explain this, I'm going to draw on the work of David Bollier and Silke Helfrich, who wrote a wonderful book called Free, Fair, and Alive. Highly recommend. And the way they describe a commons is as a complex, adaptive living system that generates value. And that value can be bio wealth, it can be care wealth, it can be financial wealth. And that value helps the people who steward it meet their needs and take care of each other without having to rely on the market or a state. And a commons, as a living system, a commons really arises from many factors, but three main factors that generate a commons are a very healthy social culture that prioritizes connection and stewardship and responsibility. It relies on peer governance. So there has to be a really good structure for helping the community govern the commons and make sure that it is being built and used equitably. And then that ties into provisioning. So making sure that the resources involved in the commons are distributed equitably and put in equitably, and that the commons is protected from enclosure by the market. And this is really a radical idea, although the commons, of course, are ancient and have been around for a very, very long time. And the oldest commons we might think of would be like a forest near a village. And the forest is this abundant, rich place, and the people in the communities around it have agreements about how they will use the abundance of the forest. Like maybe you can only have, or say it's a field, you can only have a certain number of cattle grazing there. Or in the forest, you can only harvest a certain number of sacks of mushrooms. And those agreements are what maintain the health of the commons while also allowing people to benefit and have their needs met. And yeah, cultures have been doing this around the world for millennia. And a few cultures around the world to this day have commons that are biowealth, that are grounded in nature. But this idea that arises from nature can really be used and applied to anything in our world, and should be, I think, and especially applied to the technologies we build because they impact our lives so much. All right, so the next idea here that I'll talk about is cooperatives. Again, not a new idea. So the idea of a co-op has been around for a while, thinking back to like farmers in the US, like my heritage is farmers. My grandfather was on the co-op board, and the farmers would share their equipment and they would decide on what prices they wanted to sell their goods for. And they would put their product together and bring it to the market and then distribute their returns equitably amongst themselves. So a co-op or a cooperative is an organization that is owned by the members and governed by the members, and the benefits are distributed equitably among the members. And so there's a couple ideas now that I want to share that are related to this idea of the co-op and extending it to online technologies. So the first thing is platform cooperatives is now this movement of taking these ideas and making online tools into a cooperative. And that's great because it's taking the idea of an online business and really democratizing it for the people that are involved in the business. The vision is just that we own the websites we use and we steward them together. And companies are starting to do this, organizations are starting to do this, and it would be good if more were to do this. Because imagine if we had an Airbnb or a Facebook that was actually governed by its members, and there was oversight into the things that might go wrong with these platforms. Like Airbnb is starting to carve out urban neighborhoods and really shred the fabric of society. What if the people participating in Airbnb could work on that together, and we could all comment on that and contribute to that? That would be nice. So that's the idea of a platform cooperative. And then there's this idea of the open cooperative that goes one step beyond that. And here I'm drawing on the work of the Peer-to-Peer Foundation. An open cooperative goes one step beyond platform cooperatives and isn't just for online businesses, but basically an open cooperative is specifically oriented towards the public good. It's not just about an equitable system for the member owners, like a platform cooperative or a regular cooperative. It's really about everyone. So the four things that make an open cooperative is 1, that common good orientation, to multi-stakeholder governance. So really looking at who all of your stakeholders are and making sure that they are involved and have a voice in the direction of the thing. The cooperative should actually create a commons or nurture a commons. And then there needs to be a global outlook, because we're playing in a global space right now. And what we do can have, pretty big impact. So global outlook and local production. All right, so one more thing here, and then I'm going to share a little bit about what we're doing on Hilo, and then questions. So all of these ideas might sound a little abstract, but they're actually very concrete guidelines for creating a commons. And this list has been finessed and added to and contributed to many times. But these ideas originally come from the work of Elinor Ostram, who wrote a book called Governing the Commons and did a lot of research looking at groups around the world who were successfully governing common pool resources together. And she identified the characteristics that were shared by all of these different groups. And so it's, some pretty obvious things. So the idea of shared identity and purpose, the people in the group need to know, the people in the group or the people working on a thing need to know who they are, what they're doing, why are they working on this thing. The project needs to have equitable distribution of contributions and benefits. People need to feel reciprocity by participating. Decision-making needs to be fair and inclusive. So the biggest thing is decisions, people affected by a decision need to be party to making that decision. Then transparency. So when people live up to their obligations or they don't live up to them, there needs to be transparency around that. And then accountability. So that's number 5, like graduated response to helpful and unhelpful behaviors. So whether people should be rewarded and acknowledged or given feedback and helped to improve, that needs to happen. And it needs to happen in proportion to the scale of the actions. There should be fast and fair conflict exploration. So when conflict happens, as it does in any system involving humans, that's a good thing. It means things are healthy. There should be a good container to explore the conflict and bring it to resolution, perhaps. The project needs to be able to govern itself and make all of these determinations for itself. And then it also needs to be able to relate to other groups following similar design patterns. So these design principles could be applied to anything and they would probably help. And by the way, these are filtered first from Elinor Ostram and then through a design methodology called pro-social, which is another thing I highly recommend in terms of creating really successful collaborative groups. Like these are the principles, they arise from nature and the groups taking care of commons in nature. So they're really incredibly powerful for implementing the things that I'm talking about. Okay, and speaking of implementation, we are in a process with Hilo of putting this all into practice. So Hilo is an open source project that I'm working on. It is a social coordination tool for a thriving planet. So it is for organizing impactful action to regenerate our communities and our planet. Specifically, we're aiming to amplify collective action by providing place-based tools for social coordination. Specifically, we want to help networked groups coordinate at a larger scale to achieve shared goals for the world, for their communities. And just a few words about about Hilo. We do really center the place-based aspect because we're pretty focused on helping people organize at the bioregional level. And the only reason I'm mentioning that now is because not only do we want Hilo itself to be a commons, we want it to help create other commons. We wanted to create commons in every bioregion. Like, we want to help the people of a landscape remember that the land that they live on is a commons and can be stewarded in common. But to do that, you need really good tools. And so that's what we want Hilo to be. So some of the values that we're looking at as we go down our commoning process, obviously long-term thinking, doing this in relationship with the people that need to use platforms like this, doing this transparently, featuring interoperability, all of those things, of course. And then a few things I want to give more detail on our governance process. So we are in a very big exploration. Like, all of this is a journey and all of this is an experiment, right? Because these are, while they're old ideas in a way, we're really applying them in a very new way and seeing what happens. And it's an experiment. And as we implement things, we're listening and iterating. So with governance, we're trying to create structure right now around how we do that stakeholder inclusion. So we have on Hilo, we have our open source community, and we have about 400 people that are participating in conversation around the software and giving feedback on designs and giving feature ideas and all of these things. And right now we're in the process of looking at sociocracy and thinking about how we can set up a system of circles to appropriately, design the realms of responsibility, and then ultimately create a really good system for receiving input from the community and listening at a big scale. Because if tools like Hilo and other cooperative technology tools are successful, we will want to be listening to thousands, if not millions, of stakeholders and hearing their voices and somehow synergizing them and then being able to act on them. And that's really the challenge right now, is like, how do we listen at that scale? And there's some things we're experimenting with, but I don't have time to go into it. And then I must touch on decentralized internet architecture, another huge piece of how do we make technology truly cooperative and a commons. We have a partnership with one distributed internet platform, Hilo, or Holochain, and our hope is to move the architecture of Hilo from being like a centralized internet architecture currently onto Holochain's distributed internet, where everyone around the world is hosting their own data and hosting pieces of the apps that they interact with. And that way it truly will become a commons, because then we're not relying on like Amazon, for example, to host, we don't use Amazon, but like a centralized hosting service. And once we have our internet technologies distributed in that way, we are really going to be rocking with our technology as a commons. So there's a lot we can do, and there's a lot we can demand from the technologies we use. Even if you're not a technologist, this is really for you, because I really do want to encourage all of you to think about the tools you're using and start expecting more and start asking for more. The technologies we use should be open to hearing from us and incorporating our feedback. And if you can, please look for technologies that are open source, that are convivial tools, and really bring the community into creating them, because truly creating systems change really relies on tools that listen to you and create what you need, not create what advertisers need or a business necessarily, but what do we need as communities and as movements. And please participate in your local commons because we need you. We need you. All right, well, I'll stop there. I think I'm about on the 30 minutes. And I would love to take questions about any of this.
Thank you so much, Claire. Your enthusiasm is contagious. So many words that I've never heard before, like convivial, and it's very, very enlightening to hear how it's infusing or being infused by natural principles, and how it's just all opening up and ready for us to partake in. And we have some questions from the audience. A couple of questions. I'll start with a question from Roshni. How do you prevent hacking and criminal activity in these open source systems that we're now witnessing this, the emergence of?
Mm-hmm. That's a wonderful question. And first of all, open source does not mean that there is no security. So all of the normal security precautions that you would have, you would apply to your system, and platforms are still legally obligated to prevent criminal activity on their platform, especially in the US, that's certainly the law. So all the normal moderation tools would come into play here. Actually, we have a lot of opinions about moderation tools at Hilo. We want it to be a collective activity rather than something that like one all-powerful moderator has. But the security of the platform itself is still critical. And when you have an open source code base, you don't share like your secret keys and your API passwords and things like that. Those things are obscured and they're not shared in the public code base. So that's really, those are some of the main things. I mean, there's a lot of potential vulnerabilities, but that's one of the main things as an example that you don't share publicly. And so there are many, many, many open source tools on the internet that we use, and they, anyone can get hacked, but for the most part, just being open source does not inherently make you more susceptible.
Thank you so much. Another question, could you share a bit about the activities of the Terran Collective and what they've created for the benefit of the world so far?
Yes, for sure. So Terran Collective is a community of care and practice here in the Bay Area bioregion. And we work on many scopes of practice, and technology for thriving is one of them. And that's our work on Hilo. But we also work on community building, number one, very important. We work on regenerating the commons. So specifically working with land projects around our bioregion and helping connect them, helping increase capacity, just on the ground and off of technology, just helping channel resources where they're needed and make connections that are needed. We work on storytelling for cultural evolution, so communicating these ideas out into the world, and as well as mapping our ecosystem. And by that, I mean surfacing the actors in the regenerative community in our area, and where there is opportunities to collaborate, just bringing that closer together.
Thank you. So this is interesting. Currently, we use a lot of free online tools because advertisers pay for users' data to fund such platforms. How can we create platforms that don't sell our data but are still affordable for people on all ranges of income to use?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think there's so much potential here. Really, we can be very creative here. So first of all, once we do achieve decentralization with all of these nascent, distributed technologies, then the costs of running a platform will be vanishingly small, if any. So one of the biggest costs, other than personnel, and I'll talk about that in a minute, one of the biggest costs of running an online platform is the server fees. But once we have that distributed around the world, we're not going to have to pay server fees. So that's one thing we can just cross off. As far as building the platforms, I mean, a lot of this is predicated on the idea of a world a different world, right? Like where we have maybe universal basic income and people are free to contribute to things that they're passionate about. And open source contributors want to just, you know, send a little code here and there to all kinds of different projects that they care about, and like the thing gets built. So yeah, those are some things. But in the current world that we have right now, projects such as Hilo do take money to build. Like me and my team do need to pay our rent. And so we have a business model that works for us. We work with partners who pay us to build features onto Hilo that they need and that everyone gets to use. And we work with people that we're deeply aligned with in partnership. And so that's why we're able to make Hilo free, is that we work with partners who make a contribution to us. And it's basically like they're funding the creation of our commons, which is epic. We love our partners. But even in a system where there needed to be a charge, that charge wouldn't have to be for everyone, right? Like it can be a pay what you can. It can be based on, you know, how much usage you're doing or how many people you're bringing in. You could do like a 1-for-1 model where your organization makes a contribution on behalf of your own usage as well as other people's usage that don't have that capacity. So there's all kinds of ways we can get creative here. We do not need to rely on advertising.
Mm-hmm. And I guess this also plays into the last question, which is, which cooperative means do you use to ensure that Hilo won't be compromised by being purchased? And what you just explained about the partnership model and so on might be the answer to that, but maybe you have some more inspiration for other people working with similar models.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, well, it's definitely not going to be purchased because we're just not going to let that happen. We're not going to do that. And we don't have investors. So there's not like anyone else like in control of this that could do that. We are still figuring out what kind of official corporate structure in the US is going to let us do this. And if there are any corporate structure gurus out there, please get in touch. I might have to become one to figure this out, because the existing structures that we are offered really don't help us here. In the US, you can either be a for-profit or a nonprofit, and nonprofits aren't allowed to earn their own revenue. They are by definition dependent on the market and dependent on donations from for-profits. And nonprofits can't even have members, actually. So we might have to be a business to do this, in which case we can have voting members. But there are certainly types of businesses where, I mean, ultimately the main thing is you have to just enumerate all of these things in your bylaws and in your articles as you create the business. And in certain jurisdictions in the US, you can become a benefit corporation and things like this, where you are specifically prioritizing the mission of the organization in the bylaws. And so you are actually, you get to bypass the fiduciary duty to maximize profit, and you are able to maximize the public good goals of the organization and then not be penalized by that. But we don't intend to ever have shareholders that can try to enclose this, is the main thing.
Thank you so much. So what can we do, the audience today who's watching this, to support your work? Is there anything we can do right now after your talk to maybe ignite some more action or spark some more change?
Yeah, I think I would really just want to invite people to really think about the digital tools you choose to use. Are they designed for you? Are they helping you? Are they listening to you? And try to find tools that are. And I guess if I can just indulge in a moment of self-promotion, check out Hilo, hilo.com. And we'd love to work with all of you and help you create systems change. That's why we're here.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Claire. That was very enlightening. I hope that we will hear more from you, or I'm sure we will in some way or another. You might be the next corporate governance guru to go to. So thanks for joining us today. I hope you stay on for the other speakers, and it's been a pleasure to listen.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Take care. So for everyone else who's still here, we have another talk coming up in 13 minutes time with Daniel Christian Wahl. And in the meantime, I want to let you know that the Systems Change Alliance is having the annual conference in September from the 23rd to 25th. And you can go to our website, Systems Change Alliance, to read more about this conference. And in the meantime, follow us on social media, sign up to our newsletter to receive news and updates and events from the Systems Change movement, and thereby also participate in a growing community of change makers and inspirators. You can join as a group or as an individual member. So check out the website. And we're going to go straight over to Daniel. This is a pleasure for me to introduce Daniel Christian Wahl. He's going to be speaking for the next 30 minutes. And this is a man who has been of a great inspiration for me on my personal journey into regenerative cultures. Daniel is originally trained as a biologist, and he holds degrees in both biology, holistic science, natural design from Edinburgh, Schumacher College and University of Dundee, respectively. Daniel has actually been the director of Findhorn College from 2007 to 2010 and is now living on Mallorca, where he helped to set up Smart UIB, working locally and internationally as a consultant, educator, and activist. So he has had a wide range of clients, including EcoVer, Forum for the Future, Camper, Lush, Unitar, UK Foresight, and many other universities. Right now, he is on the academic working group of the Global Eco-Village Network and has been linked to GEN for almost 20 years already. Since 2007, he's been working closely with Gaia Education and is now teaching on the MA in Ecological Design Thinking at Schumacher College. And his book on designing regenerative cultures has become almost a cult work for people in the regenerative world. And has quickly gained a lot of international attention. And I have to say, I'm also one of the followers of his blog on Medium, which has 20,000 other followers tuning in whenever he decides to share of his wisdom. So that said, welcome so much, Daniel. We're excited to have you, and the floor is yours.
Thanks for the invitation. And note to self, must shorten biography. Great, wonderful. No, lovely for whoever has been able to tune in this afternoon or wherever you are. It might be still morning. And yeah, rather than preparing a long slideshow or anything, I really feel more, because it's the afternoon here, I spent some time on the land watering the garden, and I feel more like a chat. But to start us off, I'm just wondering whether I'll just ramble on a little bit with a few reflections on a few things that I feel are relevant to this theme of systems change. And one of them for me is timeframes. Like we sometimes talk about systems change with this impatient perspective of a single lifetime. And that makes us also feel sort of a little bit like the system isn't changing, and one day maybe we'll just build up the critical mass and then we'll change it. And what I have tried to tune into in my own life more and more is to actually see how the system has been changing actually all the time. And it's the same, this conversation that is now polarizing a bit about, Is it too late? Will we have complete collapse, or can we turn breakdown into breakthrough? Many systems have been collapsing over long periods of time, and each collapse opens up new possibilities because old structures and patterns break down, and that enables us to reshape those patterns. And so for me, it just helps not to frame systems change and from this to that. Similarly, and this is just a personal reflection, I would love to hear people's opinions on this. And it's another bit that I've been thinking about a lot lately is how even the paradigm shift framing that is so often also describing we're moving from this to that is a framing that too often falls into the pattern that if we look at humanity over the course of history, we get so annoyed and so stuck with the failures of the old system that is so persistent and just doesn't want to change, that when we actually do find the momentum for change, we then end up rejecting pretty much all of it for the new. And I think the question of what in the old system serves is actually a really useful one, because like there's this English idiom throwing out the baby with the bathwater. I feel like humanity has too often in search for the new system thrown out the baby with the bathwater. And at the same time, I don't want to in the slightest build up a framing here that says we don't need radical transformative change. But like Sohail this morning in one of the first sessions of the summit said, move towards adaptive change and be ready for radical change. And I think that's quite a wise way of working, rather than necessarily assuming that radical change is imminent and or necessary, because revolutions are powerful, but they're also often bloody. They're often combined with a lot of trauma. And I don't know whether that's really serving us. And so the other thing that I wanted to share is like, what is this larger system change that I think we're going through? And for me, the framing of actually a coming home, of this notion of re-inhabiting is at the center of it. Not just re-inhabiting, but actually coming back to the notion, as Claire said earlier, land as a commons, even beyond that. It's not even that we don't own the land, but the land actually owns us. The land's there before us and the land's there after us. And all indigenous people have understood themselves as being owned by the land. So this deeper bioregional inhabitation is not just coming home to our places, to our communities, to our bioregions, but it's actually in the widest sense becoming conscious participants and expressions of those bioregions. And for me, that again, I'm just reflecting a few personal things that I lived through in my own life with regard to where do I put my energy? Do I spend time online weaving the global network because the global transformation is near and there's so many global problems and we need to respond to climate change and extinction emergency and all of those issues? Or do I focus my attention locally and build in place from the potential that is there? In some places, we're fortunate enough that there's a lot of potential. In others, situations are difficult, but potential is always there because they're human beings living in community that can actually work miracles when they come together and get clear on what they want for their place. And so for me, I'm in a personal tension quite a lot, have been for quite a few years now, of do I focus on the immediate place, literally my neighbors? I've just moved onto a piece of land that I'm now stewarding, and I could put a lot of energy and attention on simply growing roots in this place now, opening up the fences, trying to get the neighbors to build an agroforestry system across this hill that is ultimately a community-supported agriculture scheme where we give our land into it and then maybe even employ part-time a farmer to help harvest from our land and then sell produce to the consumers. That's a big project. It's a worthy project. It's a project that in its minute details would build community. Similarly, if we all got together and tried to build our own decentralized renewable energy infrastructure and got rid of combustion engine cars and shared a few electric cars. And now probably somebody's going to go, well, electric cars aren't the solution. That's another bit of the framing of either or. Of course, electric cars are not the solution if we scale them to the idea that everybody has a car, or in the future, everybody should have a car. But in the transition, electric technologies and solar panels are better than fossil technologies and fossil energy. And so for me, I'm always trying to invite, where's the fertile middle ground? That's also what brought me to bioregions. I spent years working in the eco-village movement and working with Transition Town Network and looking at the radical localization, starting from a sort of self-sufficiency dream. And living in an eco-village, I realized how important the connection between places like that and the wider regions are. And so for me, really finding the right balance, I'm guessing it's 80-20, 80 local, 20 global. And that's probably the same for our re-regionalization of production and consumption. If we talk about the bigger systems change, of how do we bring our resource cycles into new ways of material cultures that actually are grown in place regeneratively, where the biomaterials we grow heal the ecosystems we inhabit. But if we propose that as a radical departure from any type of global trade, then we're also spending time and fighting each other and misunderstanding. But if we propose it as an 80-20 rule of trying to build local food sovereignty, local water sovereignty, local energy sovereignty, and then also maintain the global collaboration that enables whatever needs to still be brought in, or the enabling technologies to be global. So I think the future is going to be global with a very heavy slant towards the local and bioregional. And that's the world I'm hoping to build. Similarly, the whole conversation about the circular economy, people either dismiss it or they think it's the final solution. There are lots of nuances, and scale is one of them, that these circular economies only make sense if they are at the right scale. And the bioregion is crystallizing out as the most sensible scale. And the shift away from fossil materials, I think Richard Heinberg will talk about in his talk. And what's central to that is if we do biomimicry properly and we look at what elements life builds with, it builds with carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen, with 4 elements of the periodic table. And we use pretty much the entire periodic table, including radioactive substances. And we need to come back to cycling just those 4 elements locally with renewable energy and meet our material needs that way. And when Claire said, and I'm going to end with that because I could go into lots of places, but I'd rather have some questions. Claire said, choose carefully which tools you use. And she was mainly refusing to online tools. And I like the way that she was highlighting that Hilo, while being a platform, was actually trying to focus bioregionally and locally, but it's still a virtual platform. And I think the choose your tools carefully also applies on choose when you use what tool, where you use it, and to what extent you use it. And then tool is basically every technology. How much do we precondition our day by the amount that we spend in front of Zoom calls? And how much do we, by opening these wonderful doors to this learning that we're currently doing together right now, right here, which is lovely. I've just closed the door to walking through the field with my neighbor. And we need to find the balance because both are important. And I think that the true systems change in the Bucky-Fuller sense of build the new system that makes the old system obsolete is to be found more at the local and the bioregional scale. But it's not importantly, whenever somebody tries to frame these shifts in a radical, we're moving from all of this, leave it behind, to this, ask yourself, what's the middle ground? Which bits actually still enable? Because I would love to live in a world where we still have a little bit of global trade and where we have global collaboration between bioregions, where people spend some time exchanging around what works and what doesn't work in similar climate zones around the world, but where we do work from the uniqueness of place and culture. And that's why Designing Regenerative Cultures has a plural in the title. It's really important, that plural, because the culture comes out of place. There's a plural and there's a paradox in the culture, in the title, because you do not design culture. Culture emerges out of the sum total of relationships and interactions, out of the narratives and the stories in place, of the way that people rewrite themselves into the landscape and as landscape through their songs, dance, narratives, everything. That's why we also need the arts in this system change. And yeah, I hope we find the balance between the right use of technology, which I think is less than we do use now, and the right use of local and global. And I would love to hear what people think about it. Right.
Thank you so much, Daniel. It's very refreshing to hear your perspectives. And the first thing that comes to mind for me is the question of how you think that this global pandemic has impacted this question. I mean, maybe it has made people feel more connected to place. And maybe there have been some new neural patterns being woven in minds and hearts. So I'd love to hear your perspective on that.
Yeah, it's a fascinating one, because I think on the one hand, it has driven us all more onto virtual communications. I think Zoom and Skype and all those platforms have had a massive increase since the pandemic started. But at the same time, it has shown how brittle global supply chains are and how long disruptions to supply chains actually continue to echo through the system. And I think of that, we haven't even seen the rest of it yet, that's still playing out. But it has also, I think, fast forwarded the transformation and the systems change that was already underway in the labor market or the way we work. I think that all people who are in large employment structures of big companies or public authority or so on, their employers used to be somewhat careful about letting people work from home because there was an assumption that people wouldn't work that much. Since they got forced and having to allow it, they realized that actually pretty effective teams and stuff can get done this way. And so I think that alone will lead to a transformation. Then I think lots of people have, I mean, it depends where you lived. Like where I was, we were invited into a very uncomfortable 51 nature deficit disorder experiment. Like I literally wasn't really allowed to go out into the streets. And I remember coming home from bringing recycling out and standing under a tree and realizing that I hadn't stood under a tree for 3 weeks. And I literally felt something rushing into me, just looking up at the leafage. And I think an embodied experience of how necessary deep nature connection is that you lose when you're stuck at home like that, has a lot of people are moving back to the countryside and at the moment, if they're privileged enough to be able to do so. And I feel it has triggered a new wave of back to the land, like we had in the 60s and 70s with the first eco-villages being founded. And then there was another boom in the 90s when the Global Eco-Village Network got founded. And I think this new back to the land movement would do well if it actually learned from the lessons and mistakes, but also the tools, the social technologies of the eco-village movement. And both like Global Eco-Village Network, Gaia Education have tried to share these tools for years. And I feel like right now is a time where people are hungry for that kind of information. How do I build community in place? Because it's complex. Claire mentioned a number of things earlier. It's about sociocracy, like decision-making tools, the social aspects. It's about learning how to work the land again and build soil and agroforestry and forest gardens and new food systems. But it's also about building new economic structures and like Michael Linton's work on circular money and different types of currencies. Some of them might be virtual, some of them might not be. All of that, I think, is now something that people have also through the pandemic learned to access quicker. Like one generation knew how to find their stuff on the internet already, of course, but the older generations, I think, have brushed up their internet skills. At least I see that in some, like my mother, for example, through the pandemic has become a bit more savvy. And that's also great because it allows for a more rapid spread of information.
Thank you so much. Your words are landing in very fertile soil. I made the transition myself from a big system of government to becoming a forest therapist and connecting people to nature that way. So I'm wondering, for a person who has never heard about regenerative economies, for us, it's very easy to talk about regenerative leadership and so, but right now in this very moment, what would you advise a person to do in order to step into their regenerative authority to take back that story in their own lives?
Well, I like to see all of it as a coming back to life, and as a that's also one way of framing this larger systems change that this summit is talking about. Ultimately, the diagnosis is there's an arrogant species, arrogant enough to call itself Homo sapiens, that has developed patterns that do not fit into the life-sustaining patterns of the planetary biosphere, of life as a planetary system. And either we realize as a species that our narratives have been mistaken and nature and culture are not separate. Culture is an epiphenomenon of nature. We are nature. We're expressing nature. And once we realize that, we understand the importance of how dependent we are on that very subtle process, and that our misbehavior has been tolerated for so long because the system was incredibly resilient, the planetary system, but we have eroded it so drastically over the last 250 years or even longer that right now, if we don't realign into that regenerative community at nested levels of place that life actually is. Like I had this wonderful conversation with Fritjof Capra where his long journey from being a physicist into basically being a biologist and writing this wonderful book on the systems view of life ended up with the conclusion that life fundamentally is a regenerative community. And so our job is to fit back in, or as Janine Benyus put it, life creates conditions conducive to life, as the sort of some lesson of biomimicry. Well, we are life and we're capable of doing that, but we have to relearn it. And for me, this is where the big systems transformation will happen, when we refit at the appropriate scale into place again. And for me, that's local and bioregional. But that said, working regeneratively is ultimately also an alignment into working on oneself and working on one's community relationship in an evolutionary developmental way. It's letting go of the fact that you are a noun. And as Buckminster Fuller suggested, step into the fact that you're a verb, that you have choice and freedom to do things, and that you have agency in the system. That actually means no matter what you do or don't do, you are changing the world every day. You don't have a choice on that. The only thing is you can deny it and get on with it, or you can become a conscious participant in life. And that gives us both a huge responsibility and humility, because we can't predict and control all the outcomes that stem from our actions. But it also gives us the audacity that we are actually constantly changing the system, so we might as well try to participate appropriately and become systems healers and weavers between the system, reconnecting the system, reconnecting the unbroken whole. It's never been apart. It's only a part in our mind, but we are capable of weaving strands of meaning together. That's what I feel my work is about, and that healing is about, is also weaving this story into the ancient story again, not having the arrogance of saying that regenerative is something new. It isn't at all. It's an ancient story. Our entire species has evolved as regenerative, bioregionally focused beings in relationship with their ecosystem, as stewards nurturing it. If you read Tyson Yunker Porter's wonderful book, Sand Talk, it shows how Aboriginal culture has carefully gardened a wild ecosystem, so that when the first white people arrived in Australia, they didn't see their agriculture because it was so sophisticated that it looked like a wild landscape, but it was a garden system. And we can refit into ecosystems in a similar way if we take that inner shift seriously. So it's aligning with what is my gift, understanding that, like, the uniqueness of each and every one of us, that we all have something to offer to this larger context that will enrich it. And by trying to tune into that, the way to express our individuality most fully is in service to the next larger whole. That's part of the notion of this regenerative nestedness of life, that you can only fully express your own essence by being of healing and supportive influence to the community, the ecosystem, the bioregion, and the planet that contains it. So it's actually an enlightened self-interest to heal the planet and heal ecosystems. And so, that's a long answer to your question.
Well, it's very enlightening and corresponds with this individuation theory, deep psychology with Carl Gustav Jung, talking about our inner life being in exact harmony with our outer life, that our pain and frustration can be used as teachers to realign us and reattune us to our essence, or our flower essence in a way, and our personal medicine that can be mirrored into our environment again. And like you say, it has a lot to do about pulling back the veils and dissolving anything that blocks us from feeling this connection. Another question is, as a regenerative leader, what are the most important tools that we can carry with us in this medicine kit, per se, for promoting embodied regenerative leadership in our environment?
Well, tools are important, but of course the danger is that you get stuck in one groove with one tool. Like the common saying of saying, if the only tool you have is a hammer, then every problem becomes a nail. Even in terms of facilitating transformation, people get stuck with, it's this process. I mean, I've seen people beautifully transform just going through a Dragon Dreaming workshop with John Croft, or Joanna Macy's a whole arsenal of tools in the work that reconnects is incredibly powerful and ancient, drawing on tantric Buddhist practice and systems theory over 40 years of her journey from initially these despair and empowerment workshops in the nuclear age to then what she then called deep ecology and the work that reconnects. I personally find all the tools that enable the system to perceive itself, that take us into a different quality of listening. So for me, one of the most powerful transformative experiences that you can guide people into in an embodied way is the way of counsel, particularly if you do it out in nature. It's relatively, it doesn't take that much to frame it in a way that people, as the talking stick passes, every person opens up a little bit more, giving permission, and that does something magic in the circle. The next person opens up more, and suddenly it becomes a collective healing, in the sense that you hear people voice stuff that you might not have shared with anybody. The pain, the frustration of where we're going as a species, the hope, the love, the deep yearning, but also the anxiety and fear. All of those things, but as they're spoken and as we share them, they actually nourish us. And similarly, you can in those forms find yourself. And I'm speaking from kind of first experience. I've had experiences of voicing something in a council circle that, when it was out, it felt like it grew in the circle for me. It suddenly, I was like, I can't believe I just said that. Where did that come from? And when you have that experience, you actually have an embodied notion of that there is something like collective intelligence that we can access, that the place, the people, the quality of listening, even the more than human community in that place, can inform what is being spoken and can transform everybody in the presence. And so for me, yeah, it's just, obviously I just went into a rabbit hole on counsel. I love counsel, but I also love doing vision quest, rite of passage type work. Like the whole, again, honoring our indigeneity to life is for me more important. Like, yes, there's a lot of healing with regard to past wrongdoings and current wrongdoings towards indigenous people all around the planet. But I think in terms of the transformation, we should remember that we're all indigenous to life, because otherwise we build up another story of, oh, I'm indigenous and you're not. But in honoring these deep connections that indigenous people still have to place, we also need to remember that, like, through our entire history as a species, we were all indigenous and we all went through rites of passage. There's a point to a rite of passage. The rite of passage is, in many different cultures in different ways, about going from immaturity to maturity, meaning going from the state of asking the tribe and the mother and the parent and everybody kind of give me, I need it, in early development as a child and a teenager. But then comes that point where we have to mature and we have to learn how to give, we have to learn how to contribute in and become members in that syntrophic community of life where we actually create shared abundance rather than just ask. And because we've left rite of passage behind as a culture, we get like car races at 3 o'clock in the morning down the center of a city as an initiatory rite of people that never got initiated, or whatever, drug taking, some forms of extreme sports. All of that is trying to look for the initiation that our cultures don't provide anymore. So I feel we need to bring back the tools of rites of passage, and all of that is not about leadership as being the leader. It's about enabling others to step into their own leadership. Leadership becomes a mantle, a cloak that every one of us can wear in the right moment for as long as needs to be, and then let go of it again, just like the talking stick.
That's a brilliant answer. Thank you so much. There's so much wisdom between the lines there. And I think by tools, also coming back to that one deep breath and that one deep exhale to really tune in to the cellular memory that we have. We have this wisdom inside, but the world is so full of chaos that sometimes it's difficult to make sense of all the information we take in on a daily basis. There's a question from the audience here about your thoughts on the two loops model, which Meg Wheatley and Debbie Fries developed, if you're familiar with that.
Oh, I know so many two loop models. I don't know which one is being referred to. I mean, if the love and fear cycle could be it, but I don't know. Anyway, I can't answer unless it can be shared on screen, but I might not know it.
Okay. There's another question about human patterns of production and consumption. They're one part of the problem, but underneath these problems are the human desires and greed that drive those patterns. The wealthy won't give up their wealth, and the poorest desire wealth themselves. What can we do to deal with this issue?
Change that narrative from which that question was framed. If I may be sort of bold in answering in that way. For me, that question is repeating a story that is somewhat outdated and was never really true. That life's about competitive scarcity, and that you have to compete and somebody has to lose in order for others to win. It's literally, when we're talking about systems change, what we're ultimately talking is from shifting from a win-lose system, a zero-sum game, to a non-zero-sum game. But life is a non-zero-sum game. Life is the negentrophic force in the universe. We've told a story based on physics, and let that influence a kind of neo-Darwinist type of competitive storytelling that was also, Darwin at the time, somewhat justifying the inequalities of Victorian culture. And we look at life, we're trained in our biology classes to look at life as if the core driver is this competition. And while competition exists and it's useful in the system, I like to compare it to this idea that when you stand at the ocean and you're fascinated by the waves, they're full of energy, they clash together, they're loud, so they draw the attention. But when you actually tune into the ocean and you realize the ocean is vast and deep and so much bigger than the waves, that's about the proportion of life's symbiotic, networked, nested, regenerative community structure, and the amount of competition that fine-tunes on the surface level between them. So for me, the minute we retell the story in alignment with life, and our aim is to make our places, our communities, and ourselves healthier as appropriate participants in this abundance generating process, we will actually, and this is precisely why we need the shift towards the regional and the local, because all of this sounds terribly abstract if you talk about it on a planetary. Mm-hmm. I love this thing that Bill Reed pointed out to me at one point, saying, you can't heal the planet, you can't save the planet, but you can heal places. And in the shift from the planetary to the local or bioregional, things become real. They stop being abstract. And it also immediately shifts us away from, what are the abstract core problems that we now have to face everywhere, and how do we find solutions to the problems, the problem-solving mindset, and shifts us towards what is the potential of people in this place to build a system that will help people in this place and the community of life in this place. And the minute we engage with that story, we create it, because that's the power of language, and that's the power of us being humans. We bring forth worlds together in relationship. So I see the world differently.
Very
the short
true.
answer.
I'm wondering, Daniel, as a rising and rooted elder in this growing community of change makers, I'm wondering about your own practice. When you wake up in the morning and as your day proceeds, what's your most important tool for checking in with yourself and deepening your own connection to nature?
Well, I mean, I've been fortunate enough to, after 20 some years of trying to manifest living on a piece of land, so I may learn how to live as that piece of land over the next decades, that I've just made that move. I've just found my place. My practice is beautiful now of meeting every morning the community, the 52 or 42 different species of trees on this piece of land, and walking around and seeing each tree, not labeling them, not saying, oh, there's the ash, or there's another apple tree, but to meet each and every one of them. Before that, I came into connection of breath and planet and elements through living close by the sea and doing a lot of stand-up paddleboarding and chanting mantras. The blue medicine Buddha mantra is a very powerful entry point into setting intention. I mean, really, I believe deeply that just having an intention of saying, I belong to the earth, I am of this earth, I want to be in healing service to my community, to myself, and to life as a whole. Repeating that every morning creates a different future than not repeating it every morning. For me, the mantra is doing that. It's remembering my mission and letting me realign in that way. Another practice or framing of a practice that my friend May East gave me that I think is really powerful, because it reframes what it means to be an activist. And I'm sure that in a systems change summit, lots of activists are listening. And for me, the reframing of what am I choosing to activate with the power of my intention and the power of my actions is different than trying to oppose anything. It's about activating the new story, living in the new story. And but also because you call me an emerging elder of this, I also try to tug on my mask of saying, when am I overstaying? Like maybe my role now is here locally with my community. Maybe I'm spending too much time on social media and on virtual conferences. So trying to listen in constantly of, is what I used to be still serving? And am I just repeating a pattern that is actually going to let me get stuck in a groove where I could serve better and in a different way and grow in my own story the next step if I did something completely else? And that constant practice of asking, because I mean the answer might be no, stick with it for a bit longer, but constantly checking in of what do I need to let go of to let come has been maybe a bit of a, like, it hasn't made for an easy life, but it's been pretty central for me.
Thank you so much. I think you're touching upon something very, very fundamental here, which is the opening and closing of cycles, and knowing when to open a cycle and when to close one, and having witnesses that are there to kind of help you let go and witness that process as well. Teata vekanse. It's been great having you, and I hope that you feel that this time spent on the digital arena was valuable for you. I hope to hear more from you in the future, and thank you for contributing with your time to the Systems Change Alliance.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed the conversation with you, and it's lovely to see Richard again. It's been a long time since we said goodbye at Findhorn many years ago. So Hi, Richard, and over to you.
Hi, Daniel.
Back to Caroline first. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we are going to go straight over to Richard Heinberg, speaking on the clean energy shift. This is going to be a very interesting conversation. Ties in very well with what we've heard from Claire and Daniel so far. So Richard is the author of 13 books, and he's now the senior fellow in residence of the Post-Carbon Institute. Richard is regarded as one of the world's foremost advocates for a shift away from our current reliance on fossil fuels. And he has authored scores of essays and articles, delivered hundreds of lectures on energy and climate issues to audiences in over 14 countries, addressing policymakers at many levels, from local city councils to members of the European Parliament. Richard has been quoted and interviewed for many, many times in print, television, radio, appearing in film and television documentaries, including Leonardo DiCaprio's 11th Hour. And he is the recipient of the M. King Hubbard Award for Excellence in Energy Education. And even was appointed to His Majesty the King of Bhutan's International Expert Working Group for the New Development Paradigm Initiative in 2012. So I have a feeling we're going to hear from a very interesting character here, and I'm going to give the talking stick over to you, Richard.
Oh, thank you, Caroline. Well, we're going to be talking for the next 40 minutes about energy. And so it's important that we, how do I get my slides to change? There we go, maybe just a little lag. It's important that we understand some basic things about energy to start with. First of all, energy is everything. We literally cannot do anything without energy. And having more energy at our fingertips means we can do more stuff. This is recent world history of energy. And as you can see, in 1800, most of our non-food energy came from what this calls traditional biofuels, but in most cases constituted firewood. And we still use just as much firewood as we did in 1800, actually even more of it. But we've added all of these other energy sources, including coal, crude oil, natural gas, hydropower, nuclear, wind, solar, and other renewables. And so we've increased the amount of energy available to us quite dramatically. And that has changed how we live. And it's changed not only how we live, but how many of us are living. In 1800, there were a little fewer than 1 billion humans on the planet. Today, there are almost 8 billion. Well, what changed? Well, obviously, industrial agriculture, applying fossil fuels to growing food, which also included turning fossil fuels into fertilizers. It also included making medicines out of fossil fuels, sanitation chemicals, and so on. So it's pretty fair to say that there are 7 billion human beings alive today who wouldn't be here without fossil fuels. But fossil fuels, of course, have two problems. They're non-renewable, which means as we extract them from the ground and burn them once and for all, we're depleting them. And the other problem, of course, is that burning them pollutes air and water and soil, most famously and no doubt most critically via climate change. We're changing the chemistry of the Earth's atmosphere and the Earth's oceans. We're running history's biggest chemistry experiment, and we don't know how it will turn out. So we know that we have to stop using fossil fuels one way or another, sooner or later, and taking climate change into account, the sooner the better. So here's news from the Energy Information Administration. They're projecting that by 2050, renewables will, that's mostly solar and wind, energy will grow pretty substantially. The bad news is by 2050, we should be off of fossil fuels altogether. And that's not the track that we're on. This is sort of the business as usual, you know, just extrapolating out current trends in what's happening with each of these energy sources. But it actually gets worse because this is just electricity. And electricity is only 20% of all the energy that we use. So the other 80% we use in transportation, aviation, and car and truck fuels, ship oil for shipping, natural gas for heating, for industry, for manufacturing, for agriculture, all of these other things. So how is this transition going to happen? What will be required? What will it look like? To a large degree, we don't really know. We don't even have a good pilot project of, let's say, a medium-sized industrial city that's already been transitioned to run entirely on renewable energy. When we hear about, say, a country that's running on renewable energy, typically what that means is that their electricity system is almost entirely from renewable sources. And as we just saw, that's only 20% of all energy. So it's what we have in front of us is an enormous task, certainly the biggest in all of human history. One of the challenges that we have in transitioning to renewable sources of energy is that they're intermittent. The sun doesn't always shine, the wind doesn't always blow. So there are workarounds for that. One is energy storage. Batteries, of course, are one way of storing energy, but they're probably the least efficient way of storing energy. Another workaround is source redundancy, just building way more solar panels and wind turbines than we'll actually need at any one given moment, and then connecting them all through some kind of super grid. The third is demand management. So we change our usage patterns so they fit the sources better. Now that's actually the cheapest and most effective way of dealing with source intermittency, but it's the one that we pay the least attention to because we want to use energy when we want to use it, right? We're modern industrial people after all, and we deserve to have our needs met at any time and place. Well, this is what intermittency looks like. And as you can see, there is hourly intermittency, there's daily intermittency, and seasonal intermittency. Batteries do a good job with hourly and daily diurnal intermittency, but they don't do such a good, if you need to store energy for say 3 months or 6 months, not so good. So we have to figure out something else. Another problem is that we've built all of our energy using infrastructure to suit the characteristics of the energy sources that we had, which were fossil fuels, right? So everything from our transportation technologies to our manufacturing technologies and all the rest, you know, we built them to work with fossil fuels. And so how are we going to transition all of that infrastructure to work with renewable sources of energy like solar and wind? Well, one way would be to electrify everything so that manufacturing all runs on electricity, transportation all runs on electricity, and so on. Well, in some cases, that's reasonably easy, like with electric cars. I've driven an electric car for years. They work great. I love electric cars. They're certainly not a full solution because building cars takes an enormous amount of energy and materials and so on, but it certainly can be done. Another easy thing we can do is switch to air source heat pumps or mini split systems to replace natural gas furnaces and regular air conditioners. These are much more efficient. And of course, they run on electricity. Again, great thing, had them in our home for years. Others are going to be more difficult. the construction industry. What do we use for construction? Materials like concrete and steel. Making those materials is very energy intensive. And the way we do it now, this is a cement kiln. Cement is the key ingredient in concrete. Concrete is like the foundation of modern industrial civilization. And if you want to know where the economy is growing, just look at where concrete is being used, which for the past few decades has been China. Cement kilns operate at like 1700 degrees Celsius. And, you know, could you run one of these things on electricity? Conceivably, yes, but it would be like 3-4 times as expensive. So yeah, maybe we continue using concrete and it's 3 or 4 times as expensive. Maybe we find substitute materials. Maybe we just stop using that kind of building material altogether. Any way you look at it, it's an enormous shift. Aviation. Yeah, we might be able to have short run flights with not that many passengers running on electricity, on batteries. But for the most part, aviation just doesn't fit with the renewable energy future. It may be one of the things that we basically have to give up. Then there's plastics. You know, all of these plastics we make with fossil fuels, they're horrific for the environment. Future generations are going to be dealing with the legacy of our plastics for a long, long time to come. They're just incredibly polluting. Well, we can make bioplastics and they're getting better, but in most cases, there are trade-offs in terms of cost or performance. Then there's consumer electronics. This is, you know, I worked with a colleague at Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory who's in their energy assessment program. And we worked for a year to try to figure out how this energy transition would work in really practical, down to earth ways. And when we came to consumer electronics, it was just like, you know, stumbling on a tree stump in the path. We couldn't figure out any way to make this work without fossil fuels. So sorry, I just don't have anything to suggest there. Kind of the same thing with international shipping. There is some experimentation going on with sails. And that reduces fuel usage by up to 2/3, maybe even a shade more if they come up with better designs. But the other 33% is still bunker oil for shipping. Resource extraction. These machines could be run on electricity. It is possible. I mean, if you imagine in this picture up at the top of the photo, some wind turbines sitting on the top of that hill with cables running down to these machines, it could work. But that's not how we're doing it now. So we basically need to replace all the infrastructure we're using for resource extraction. I mean, all this comes down to cases. You know, look around you at everything in your room, in the room you're sitting in right now. All of it was produced either with fossil fuels or transported to where it is using fossil fuels. This is just an analysis that was done on blue jeans a few years ago. CO2 emissions from one pair of blue jeans is equal to the carbon sequestered by 6 trees annually. Okay, so this means we're going to have to change the way we live on a daily basis, our expectations, not just what we buy, but how much we consume. Now, here's another workaround: low carbon fuels. You could take energy from electricity from solar and wind and use it to electrolyze water and extract the hydrogen from the water. It's a very energy intensive process, not very efficient, but it's a way of getting hydrogen, which is, you know, very versatile, very useful. You could store the hydrogen. It's not very easily stored. It's a very small molecule. It tends to leak. So you don't want to store it very long, but it's possible. You can take that hydrogen, you could combine it with carbon from the atmosphere. You know, you could build machines to suck carbon out of the atmosphere, combine it with the hydrogen, and produce synthetic fuels that you could use to power aircraft, for example. If we still want to have an airline industry, this is one way you could run it. problem is, again, this is very expensive and energy inefficient, but also you would need to build a whole new energy infrastructure just to do this thing. And the size of the infrastructure, if we were going to do it at scale to run commercial aviation, industrial agriculture, and other things that are hard to electrify, the scale that we would need would rival the size of our current oil and gas industry. So again, it's all of these things are possible in the laboratory. It's when you try to scale them up to the size of our current energy system, the amount of energy that we're currently using, that's when the challenges really start to appear. Here's another challenge, producing all of this new infrastructure, not just solar panels and wind turbines, but new technology for manufacturing and transportation, the electric cars and all the rest. All of this requires energy. And since 85% of our energy currently comes from fossil fuels, if we need to build all of that new infrastructure in the next 20 years, that means that the energy transition itself will result in a huge pulse of carbon emissions, just the thing we're trying to avoid. Well, that's a little disheartening. How do you avoid that? Well, the only way is to reduce our energy usage while we're making the transition, reduce the energy that we're using for transportation, manufacturing, home heating, and all these other things, so that we don't have to build as much infrastructure. Okay. So are we on the path now to making this transition successfully? Well, no. This is the pace of renewables investment over the last 15 years or so, 17 years. And as you can see, we kind of leveled off around 2014. It hasn't been growing that much since then. So looking at our current pace of investment, it would have to increase to between 5 and 10 times what it is now, if we were to have any hope of building all of that infrastructure by the middle of the century. So it's not happening now. What do we stand to lose if we don't do this successfully? Well, solar and wind produce electricity, and there are a lot of drawbacks with solar and wind, and there are people who are writing more and more about those drawbacks. There was a movie produced a while ago by Jeff Gibbs that looked at the drawbacks of renewable energy, and a book that just came out called Bright Green Lies by Derek Jensen and others. And they look at the resource extraction and the amount of land that's required and so on. And it's, if we try to use renewable energy to do what we're doing now at the current scale, it's going to be pretty bad. But on the other hand, if we give up electricity altogether, we've electrified basically all human knowledge, science, music, art, medicine. If the grid goes down, all of that goes away and billions of people die. So we have a huge incentive to make at least some of this work with renewable energy, to keep it going to the extent that we possibly can. Let's look at just one area, which is, kind of near and dear to our hearts, most of us, which is food. Eating food is good, but our industrial food system is inherently unsustainable. And any of you who have been around the sustainability discussion for very long know all of this stuff. I mean, it's well understood. I'm not going to read it to you. You can just glance at it yourselves, all of those points. And our food system is very energy dependent. We use about 12 calories of fossil fuel energy to produce 1 final calorie of food energy that we eat at the table. That would never have worked in any previous civilization because food was their major source of energy. So food production had to be an energy positive activity, not an energy negative activity. We've gotten used to producing food by basically shoveling energy into the ground and forcing plants to grow up from destroyed soil. And it works up to a point. But without cheap energy, cheap abundant energy, it's not going to work. So we need to change our food system. And if we do, we could do it in a way that actually has some side benefits, some significant ones for human health, for the environment, and so on. But what we need to do, of course, is reduce the amount of meat that we're eating, reduce and eventually, or as soon as possible, eliminate chemical fertilizer, pesticides, and herbicides, reduce processing and packaging, and localize our food systems to reduce transport. If we do it right, we can sequester carbon in the soil. Carbon farming is a new term that's entered the sustainability lexicon in the last 5 or 10 years. And this statement by Ratan Lal may be an overstatement. He may have overestimated the amount of possible sequestration, but nevertheless, it's significant. And it's a heck of a lot better than trying to suck carbon out of the atmosphere using big machines. This paper here, you see, Assessing Carbon Capture. If you're interested in this subject, this is the best overview paper that's been written to date. And it's devastating. I mean, I know there's some well-meaning scientists at Harvard and MIT and so on who are working on direct air capture. And again, it works in the laboratory, but it's extremely energy intensive, which kind of defeats the purpose in the first place. And there's no market for the carbon that's captured. It's extremely inefficient. We'd be much better off using biological means of capturing carbon from the atmosphere and using pyrolysis, which is kind of the same process we use for making charcoal. Maybe you've heard of biochar. It's a way of increasing soil fertility while storing carbon in the soil. But pyrolysis could also be used for making materials that incorporate carbon that we could use in building construction, road construction, et cetera, et cetera. As we do all of this, we need to be thinking about energy equity. When policymakers talk and think about this stuff, they assume that people who are using a lot of energy now are going to continue using just as much energy, which means people in North America, and especially rich middle-class people in North America. But in fact, you know, there are a lot of people in the world who are using a tiny, tiny fraction of what North Americans use. And they actually need to upgrade their energy usage using renewable energy, while folks in the global North need to reduce their energy usage pretty dramatically. The Global Footprint Network tracks, you know, how much of Earth's resources we're actually using. And we're using a planet and a half's worth of resources now. How's that even possible? By drawing down resources that would otherwise be available to future generations. If everybody lived at the European standard, we'd need 2.5 planets. If everybody lived at the US standard, we would need more than 4 planets. Well, guess what? We only have 1. So that means we're going to have to reduce total consumption. And for people in relatively wealthy countries, we're going to have to reduce consumption pretty dramatically. And this obviously means giving up the idea of economic growth, which is one of the greatest planning failures, the greatest planning failure in the history of our species. The idea that we should incorporate the need for continuous growth in consumption into the very structure of our economy. It's called consumerism. And we've built it over the last few decades, and it's a catastrophe. Another name for it is capitalism, but Sometimes I prefer the name consumerism. You can't continue growing anything, any physical quantity forever. And by trying to do that with the economy, we're simply hastening the prospect of civilizational collapse. Growth makes all climate solutions harder. And so the folks, well-meaning folks who try to come up with things like green growth as a solution to climate change are really just fudging the issue. We have to get past the idea of economic growth as a good thing. And that's a real paradigm shift. That's a true global shift. If you want to make a difference in climate, in the global climate, these are ways of doing it. Having one fewer child in your lifetime is the biggest thing you can do. Living car-free is the next, and you can go on down the line. But as you can see, all of these have a lifestyle component. Overall, we need to use less concrete and steel, more local natural materials, more recycled materials, build at the human scale, not so much skyscrapers, more eco-villages. Designed for low energy operation. Our renewable future is going to have less total energy available, almost certainly. It will be less easily controllable. We will be less mobile, so we need to localize our economies more. But all of these things, if we do them well, offer us opportunities for not just an acceptable quality of life, but a happier quality of life. Obviously, a more stable climate, greatly reduced health and environmental impacts, and the prospect, the opportunity for future generations of humans to persist, which otherwise may not be the case, going the way we are now. Obviously, there are costs, changes to our behaviors and expectations, and adapting to a different kind of economy. But if we're not willing to contemplate those costs, then we won't get the benefits and we may not be around to see the results. All of this information is available in a free book that you can download called Our Renewable Future, which I wrote with David Fridley, whom I mentioned earlier at Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. Just go to that website and you can read the whole thing. So that's my spiel, and I hope this is helpful to you. And I'm happy to engage with some discussions, hear some questions, and see if I can make some cogent replies.
Thank you so much, Richard. Very illuminating, and it's so fascinating to be kind of zooming out on what we talked about with Daniel. Where do we spend our energy, and what intention do we have behind spending our energy? It requires a great deal of awareness to shift the minds and hearts and actions, nonetheless, of each individual on this planet. But I think that you've provided us with a lot of facts and substance to kind of fuel our own transitions. I have some questions from the audience here.
Great.
And one interesting one is how significant has the impact of the pandemic been on energy consumption?
Well, initially it was quite significant, and it's been different in different countries. In 2020, U.S. greenhouse gas emissions definitely declined. I don't think we have a clear number yet. I've seen anywhere from 5 to 10%. So transport energy was way down. Certainly aviation transport energy just practically bottomed out in 2020. But that's coming back. So as the economy recovers, then we begin using more energy again. But the pandemic was a great learning opportunity. See, we realized over the course of a year that actually we can live without global aviation. maybe it's hard. Some people have to give up their expectations of, you know, flying to Venice for a vacation or whatever. I like Venice. I love Venice. I would love to see Venice again before I die. But if it means, you know, saving the planet, I guess I'll stay home. So that's something we learned in 2020. And as I say, it's been different for different nations depending on the degree of lockdown and so on. China's economic trajectory is changing, partly as a result of the pandemic and partly a result of their national planning system. They're reducing the rate of their economic growth, which has been about 7% a year. At 7% a year, an economy doubles in size every 10 years. Think about that. How long can you do that? Not very long. So China is scaling back on economic growth, which is a very good thing, but it's just scaling back on growth. It's not reversing growth. So we have a long way to go.
We do indeed have a long way to go. It comes down to our individual life quality. I've been lucky enough to forage wild nettle today, and I feel the energy from this plant beaming in all of my cells. There was a question about deep ecology, and you mentioned quality of life also in your presentation. In what ways can we change our households and our local energy systems to promote a better solution on a wider scale?
Well, one thing you can do is grow a little bit more of your own food. And this may seem like a trivial contribution. And maybe it is, you know, maybe you have very little space in which you can do that. And so the amount of food you can grow is literally trivial, but it changes your mindset. It helps you get back in touch with soil, the seasons, the process by which we are fed. You know, living in cities, as most human beings do today for the first time in all of human history, that most people have lived in cities, we are out of touch with nature. Our dependency is on cars and roads and smartphones and stores and Amazon. That's what our lives depend on, and that's what we pay attention to, right? But in the larger scheme of things, we all are still 100% dependent on the natural world. So we have to start paying more attention to that and less attention to all this human stuff. And gardening is one way to do that. So I would, you know, even if it's not a huge contribution to your energy budget, even if it's not a big way of reducing your greenhouse gas emissions, it's an important way of starting to shift your consciousness so that you're taking account of energy. Because when you're gardening, you notice how much effort it actually takes to produce food. Energy in versus energy out. That's something that people in all previous societies, whether hunter-gatherer or agrarian societies, they knew on a daily basis because it meant life or death. How much energy are you investing for how much energy payback? Well, you've got to get more energy payback for the energy that you invest. Fossil fuels just completely shifted that equation because we could get all, you know, millions of years of ancient sunlight that was already pre-packaged by nature, you know, transformed from carbohydrates in ancient seas to hydrocarbons that we could extract and use very, very cheaply and in huge quantities. And so energy investment and energy return became something we just didn't need to pay attention to. Well, we do again. We certainly do with renewable energy, and we do with food as well. Go ahead.
That's very wise. And there's a word that's been coming up a lot for me lately, and it's energy elegance. Inspired by Eastern traditions of Zen, Buddhism, and so on, the elegant flow of energy in a system. And I think I can speak for many of us when I say that this is something that can be felt on our bodies, right? A lot of the diseases and disharmonies and diagnoses we get actually stem from this feeling of disturbance or disharmony in our own bodies. And guessing that when people realize that their bodies are actually almost mirrors or microcosms of what's going on in the world, you use the word to expand our consciousness also on these issues. And I feel like the language is starting to spill over between different silos and sectors. Can you say something more about that? Has the language that you've been using in your work been changing over the course of your studies?
Oh, sure. Yeah, all the time. And I love your term energy elegance. That's not one that I've used before, but I'm going to start using it, because the way we do things with fossil fuels is basically energy brute force. You know, we overcome our problems just by throwing huge amounts of energy at them. And you can hear, as you said, you can hear and feel the results. You know, when you hear a big truck go down the street, or you hear somebody in a really loud car, you know, is taking the muffler off so they can make as much noise as they can to prove their masculinity. You know, that's the brute force of fossil fuels. And energy, nature usually doesn't like to use energy in those kinds of ways. I mean, during a thunderstorm, yes, a hurricane, enormous amounts of energy get released very rapidly. But in ecosystems, nature likes to slow down the energy transfer as much as possible, so as to make the most of that energy. You know, a fully mature ecosystem uses every bit of energy in, you know, amazingly creative ways, the ways that organisms have adapted themselves to be able to use energy to do things, to do an amazing repertoire of things. I won't go into it. All you have to do is step outside and pay attention. But we have to do the same thing as we adapt again to renewable sources of energy. Slow the energy down and find ways to use every bit of it in ways that not only make life, you know, practically functional, but also beautiful. Nature is not just about getting the job done. Nature is about beauty. Nature invests enormous amounts of resources deliberately in creating beauty. I mean, whether it's flowering plants or birds singing or whatever. I mean, this is not just human interpretation. I think that's beautiful. Well, that's just my interpretation. No, that's beautiful. And we humans can create a beautiful world again if we begin channeling our energy once again in ways that are, as you say, you know, elegant. I love it.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm speaking from a personal experience here. I've also been researching how to go from the state of depletion into sustainability and into the regenerative future, like in my own body, but also in my surroundings, and looking at the world as a whole, seeing that this is also happening on a global planetary scale. And I find it so beautiful that you're weaving in beauty. And for me, this is one of the kind of main tenets with the regenerative shift, is that we're starting to mirror the nature, the beauty of nature back into her, right? And it has a more feminine aspect to it. And I'm wondering if this is something that you can see, because you're in the middle of it all. You're standing in the kind of the core of the research being done now in fossil fuels and so on. And how present or how visible is this to you in your work, in your day-to-day?
Well, you know, I'm happy to say it's present for me personally, because my wife and I have made the effort over the last 30 years or so to build, a permaculture abode. We have, 3 lovely chickens who give us eggs and garden beds and fruit and nut trees and all the rest. And it's a little paradise. But outside of this, we live in a world that is pretty ugly in many ways. And I think, unfortunately, likely to get more so over the short run as people begin to compete more and more for diminishing availability of energy and other resources. So I think it's important that we hold in our hearts that beauty that is innate, not just to we as human beings, but to all biological organisms that with which we're dependent and ultimately in harmony, and keep that sacred, because that's what will get us through.
Wise words. I'll take a question from the audience here. So, how do economic models predicated on growth affect finding solutions? How can we decouple energy from growth? And can we? I'm guessing this has to do with how we define growth.
Right. Well, growth is currently defined in terms of GDP, gross domestic product, or GNP, gross national product. And that's just a measure of how much money is flowing through an economy on an annual basis. And in virtually every case, if more money is flowing through an economy, that money ends up getting spent on products, resources, and energy. And so, some economists have this idea that we can decouple economic growth from resource and energy usage so that we can have the economy still growing, producing more jobs and profits for investors and so on, while we're actually shrinking the amount of stuff we use. So far, that's never happened. And I think there are good reasons for assuming it never will happen. I think what we really need to do is demonetize the economy. Money is a substitute for a lot of things. It's a substitute for knowing one another and being willing to voluntarily help and give to each other. In hunter-gatherer societies, there was no money. It was a gift economy. People just shared everything they had. Then once we invented money, see, economists have this crazy idea that money is just a neutral medium of exchange. No, money is social power. It enables some people to tell other people what to do. I mean, that's how it actually works in our lives. So if we don't like that kind of vertical power of having some people more powerful than others and telling them what they should do, that means we have to reduce the amount of money that's flowing through the economy. That means lowering GDP. Sounds like, if you're a conventional economist, that is a prescription for disaster. That's like the worst thing that could possibly happen. But, we just have to completely shift our economic models. Economics, as it's currently taught, is described as a science, but it's never been a science. It's a type of moral philosophy. And it's a moral philosophy that says it's okay for a person or a corporation to own land, and therefore all the resources on the land, and to extract the resources and profit from them. Future generations, other people, don't really matter. That's private property. How is that science? That's not science. That's a moral choice. And it's a moral choice that I happen to disagree with. So we have to start thinking very differently about economics. And we need an economics that puts nature at the center of it.
Absolutely. Every thought, word, deed, action I think this is our last question. So we're going to close this cycle and this circle of talks with you, Richard. So thank you so much for joining us today and fueling our conversation with energy elegant solutions for the next paradigm of growing our new economy. Thank you so much for joining, and on behalf of the Systems Change Alliance, I would like to say goodbye for now.
Yeah, thank you, and
thank
be well.
you. So we are back, and I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who has participated. You can follow us on social media. There will be posts and follow-ups from this event, and everything is recorded so you can watch and share all of the videos and talks again. There's also a possibility to sign up on our newsletter to receive some news and upgrades and events from the Systems Change movement. And this is a growing community of change makers all around the world, igniting local and global change towards a new world and a post-corona reality. In September, we have our annual conference, and this has been a beautiful taster of that. It's online from the 23rd to 25th of September. And you can go to systemschangealliance.org to sign up and to receive some more information about this. On behalf of everyone involved in this event, thank you so much for joining, and there's another session to follow.